So again, I'm Alliston Davis. You can find me. Clouds keep on turning and turning, keeps turning around. My head keeps rolling and rolling, my mood's up and down. Sick of distractions, my world keeps it spinning and I'm bound. No, my time keeps ticking and ticking, no wind and just lay. But I'ma catch up to you, I'm late. My success is running overdue, just wait. I'ma catch up to you, slightly late. I'm sorry for the wait, I'm here now. Making it out. My mama pray out. I'm singing it loud. I'm here now. I'm here now. These eyes of pity, they weedy. You must not know me. No, my mind is winning. Hitting this mind's on the spree. On buildings will crumble beneath my feet. No, my time keeps going, this time's on repeat. Yeah. But I'ma get late. My success is running overdue, just wait. I'ma get just to you, slightly late. I'm sorry for the wait, I'm here now. Making it late. My mama pray out. I'm singing it loud. I'm here now. I'm here now. Clouds keep on turning and turning around. Distraction, my world keeps spinning round and round. Oh yeah, I can't believe that my mind is not working alone. Miss right here where you were. Miss you right here where you were. Miss you right here where you. Woo!
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Alliston,
Yes,
for
yes.
that amazing performance. And of course, that was Here Now by Alliston. And you said it was coming out?
Yep, Mondays. This to hear that song everywhere.
Absolutely. And Alliston, any more surprises for us here on the show before you go, though?
No, not really. Hope you guys enjoy that little live preview I gave you. Like I said before, Monday, midnight song. And look out for some more releases in the future. I got an EP coming out next month, and so many other more hits that I'll be dropping through the summer. So
absolutely. And we know we're still in the quarantine period, but upcoming concerts and all that stuff, so stay tuned to your Insta. Where can we find you? Stay
tuned to my Instagram or all my socials, Alliston Davis. That's ALLISTON Davis, DAVIS. You can find me on all streams for that. And yeah, for live performances, my team and I were talking about doing some Instagram shows, some live shows, keeping you guys updated with the best content ever. So yeah.
Absolutely. And once again, thank you, Alliston, so much for joining us on the U-Turned Up Show today. And of course, you at home, thank you for tuning in. We're always happy that you stay right there and stick with us here on Gbkm FM. We love to get your Saturday 3 to 4 covered for you. We like the entertainment. You like us, and we just continue to bring to you the programs that you want to see. And of course, a huge shout out to my team here at Gbkm FM for keeping us on air each week, loving the new sets in the new year. Season 2 is off to a rocking start. And of course, a huge shout out to my sponsor again, AOF Immigration Canada, for sticking with us through a second season. Of course, they specialize in all your immigration needs, ranging from the permanent residency, Quebec Investor Program, student visas, all your immigration have you covered. So don't forget, give them a call. It's 416-629-4617, or send them an email at info@aofimmigration.com. Don't forget, just let them know that we sent you. You can also visit their offices. They are located at 5800 Ambler Drive, right here in the great city of Toronto. And one more time, guys, thank you so much, Alliston. Thank you to you for staying there with us. And don't forget, come back next week, same time, 3 p.m. until 4 p.m., same station, Gbkm FM, and of course, same host, remain. And we just want to tell you, just keep reaching, keep achieving, and of course, keep changing the world. Take us on, Alliston. Take us out.
Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're listening or watching from in the world. Of course, welcome back to the U-Turned Up Show, Gbkm FM. Of course, I'm your host, Romain Redman, and don't forget, this is where we aim to inform, empower, and also energize today's youth. If you're joining us and you were here with us last week, of course, welcome back to the show. If you're just joining us for the very first time, of course, welcome to the U-Turned Up Show. Don't forget, our platforms are on Facebook at Gbkm TV, on YouTube at Gbkm TV. Also get us on our website, www.gbkm.fm. You can also get us on a TuneIn app. It's Gbkm, and you can also download our app from our website, and of course take us with you wherever you go in the world. That's right, but of course the U-Turned Up Show is brought to you by the kind sponsorship of AOF Immigration Canada, with all your immigration needs, ranging from the Quebec Investor Program, permanent residency, student visa, whatever your immigration needs may be, they have you covered. So of course, contact AOF Immigration for your confidential and a private consultation. Their phone number is 416-629-4617. You can also send them an email. It's at info@aofimmigration.com. You can also visit their offices. That's of course if you're in Ontario. They're located at 5800 Ambler Drive in Mississauga, Ontario. So, of course, last week on the show, we discussed the state of Ontario's education system. I was kind enough to be joined by a member of Parliament, provincial Parliament that is, Ms. Merit Stiles, who is also the education critic with the official opposition, and so many information was unpacked in that interview as to how to make the system more equitable, as she said, going forward. But this week, of course, we take a different path. As we discuss the issue addressing anti-black racism in our society. I know for a fact that we've all been tuned in to the television, to social media, and we've seen what has been unraveling in our society. So today, we're going to get those tangible tips, those tangible tools make things like these don't reoccur in the future, as also how to make them better while we aim for that equitable and that perfect world which so many of our forefathers have told us about, have dreamt about in their prophecies. But of course, we'll take a very first break here on the U-Turned Up Show, but we'll be right back with so much more right after these messages. We'll soon be back.
As the world fights this coronavirus, we are standing together as a family.
My name is Kevin. I'm a fan of Gbkm.
My name is Pastor Clement Omozane.
I'm Medea, your red carpet host.
I am your host, Ellen Roxon, for the show Talk That Talk here on Gbkm FM.
I'm a mother and a teacher. I stand with everyone at this time.
Hi, my name is OJ Egobo, co-host of the King's Domain.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Lloydy, the host of the Chat Up Show on Gbkm.
My name is Kenny Bagwai, President and CEO, Gbkm FM and TV. We stand with all the community affected by this pandemic.
As the world.
Absolutely, and welcome back to the U-Turned Up Show right here on Gbkm FM. Of course, I'm your host, Romain Redman, and you're locked into the hour from 3 p.m. until 4 p.m. And as you've seen going across on the screen down below, today's topic, one which is ever so relevant for discussion in our society, and it doesn't seem to stop going forward, having those discussions, having those pertinent and constructive discussions. It's addressing anti-black racism in our society. We spoke about it on last week's show. In relation to our education system, this week we take it to a bigger scale. And of course, in studios with me this week to help break down that conversation is, of course, our PhD candidate and the coordinator for the Center of Integrative Anti-Racism Studies at the Ontario Institute of Studies in Education, Miss Janelle Brady. But of course, Miss Brady, thank you so much for joining me on the show here today.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really, really happy to be here today with you, Romain. I really appreciate all the work that you're doing at GBKFM and for taking time to invite me on the show. Thank you.
Absolutely, it's our pleasure. You know, as a media outlet which serves the grassroots black community, we can't bypass issues like these that affect us, but of course, we can't bypass those pertinent and relevant discussion as to how to make our communities better and stronger going forward, right? I know for a fact in your studies, we're just discussing going forward your work in the education system, black parenting, and all those amazing stuff. But today we're going to stretch a net a little wider today and try to encapsulate especially our community of black men, black women, younger generation, older generation into this discussion. But before we venture into today's discussion though, I want to just share with us the work that you've been doing at the Center for Integrative Anti-Black Racism Studies.
Yes, thank you. So I've had the pleasure of working as a coordinator in a volunteer capacity and sometimes as a student researcher for the past 4 years, really.
Yes.
And the director is Dr. George Day, who is he is a leading scholar in anti-racism studies, African indigenous knowledge, and race studies overall.
Yes.
So very fortunate and blessed to work under his directorship. Yeah. And some of the work that we've looked at is how do we address anti-racism. But this center has been around since 1996, and the approach that they take, that we take as a collective, because it's really a group of a ton of volunteers,
yeah.
Is we look at anti-racism, but from an integrative perspective. So when we say that, we mean, what do we mean, right?
Yes. We mean, how does race connect to gender? How does race connect to disability? How does it connect to nationality, religion, language, sexuality, sexual orientation? Yeah. How do all of these things intersect? No. And how do they make people have unique lived experiences, right?
Yes.
So one of the notable things that Sears has been able to do is to organize the Decolonizing Conference. And this is going back to the late 90s. And I worked with a wonderful a colleague, I was going to say counterpart, but a colleague, Ezi Odozor. And Ezi keeps me in check, she keeps me in line, and she's a wonderful Black woman who's done tons of work behind the scenes. So I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge her in recreating and reimagining better education for our Black children and Black youth, and what that might look like from a decolonizing perspective. Like, how can we really move forward based on the work that our elders have done to just carry that through, right? So the last decolonizing...
So the decolonizing angle look at this from. Break that part down for us in your explanation, please.
Yeah, so that's a very important part because it really relates back to the project of colonization. And the project of colonization has really had an effect on Black people, Latinx people, Indigenous people. It's really ruptured our lives for generations. So in order to move forward, a lot of scholars have taken, and activists have taken the approach that we need a decolonial approach. We need to decolonize these systems because although we no longer have colonial flags waving and hanging, the pieces are still there within the institutions and also within people, right? So that's really that mindset and also that change to institutions that we need to have. Yeah.
Absolutely. But the term anti-Black racism, the phrase, the term, it's a power-packed and a multifaceted phrase, which one can easily be swayed in a direction which doesn't encapsulate the full magnitude to which this phrase extends. So give us sort of like that comprehensive understanding of what it means, anti-Black racism, how the facets that are associated with anti-Black racism, and how it manifests itself in our society.
Yeah, so in order to think about anti-Black racism, because it's not anything that's new, right? The term is not very new. Dr. Benjamin brought forth the term in 2003, but Black mothers and community activists have brought up this term going way back to the 60s, right, as well. So now it's coming more and more into the mainstream, but I'm really glad you raised that question. Because in order to think about anti-Blackness, I turn to some of the work of Dr. George Day, Nana Day, where he says we need to think of Blackness as a political tool, right? So some folks who are old enough to know about how people who would be considered brown, quote unquote, in Canada, called themselves Black in the UK. And why did they do that? Because they were standing in solidarity and full support. They weren't saying, I'm not Black, I'm brown, I'm different, right? They're saying, we need to connect our struggle and your struggle, and we need to take up Blackness as a political tool. So even for Black people, some folks would say, well, I'm not Black, right? Or if you're Caribbean, you know, me coming from Caribbean background, Jamaican Trini, some folks would say, I'm not African.
And
Right?
African is the hallmark for Blackness. And especially in terms of like colorism, it's that scale of moving from African to being mixed.
Exactly. And that's part and parcel to the project of colonization, right? It's not only the ravaging of the land, slavery, removing people from Africa, bringing them to the Americas, the islands, and to the U.S., doing all of these horrible atrocities. But it's also the impact that it's had on our communities as Black people. We really need to talk about that too. The ways that anti-Black racism manifests. And so going back to Nana Day, he would say that, you know, rather than Africans saying I'm not Black, Caribbean saying, I'm not African. We need to just rethink Blackness and just use it and not shy away from race, not shy away from conversations of Blackness, and just really take that up as a community, as a collective, as we have done in the past, as we continue to do, to push forward in that struggle.
So
you
you
asked
made
about how
mention of an important facet of our conversation today, collectivization in terms of black people, as you said, whether you're African, whether you're Caribbean, whether you are a black Canadian, really coming together and knowing the power of that unity. And I think that's often the criticism that the community also gets in terms of we're one of the most disunited or ununited race that exists, because we're always matched, especially in the Canadian context, against other races, whites or let's say our South Asian counterparts who have much more closely knitted family units, which many persons have said is missing from the black community.
Yeah, so I want to pick up on that point. So, sometimes we look at the other community and we say, they're all together over there, right?
Yes.
But I also think that's another way
Yeah.
that it kind of blocks our community from having the conversations that we're already having, right? Or highlighting the work that's already being done. So I actually take a different position, because South Asian communities are not all together.
No.
Chinese communities are definitely not all together. If you see what's going on in Hong Kong, if you see what's going on in India with so-called Prime Minister Modi, sorry to say, if you see what's going on in China, if you see what's going on even in Toronto, there's still those hierarchies that take place within communities.
Yes.
So I don't want us to feel so down on ourselves and so hard on ourselves that we're not doing enough to address a problem that's actually systemic, right?
Okay.
Because time and time again, Black groups like the Black Action Defense Committee, Black Lives Matter more recently, have come together, have mobilized, and they've mobilized for systems which are broken. And these are systems that work for other people, right? So we carry the load of going to work, going to school, getting good grades, doing all of these things. But yet we also have to carry the work of dealing with racism, anti-Black racism, waking up and seeing these horrible things in the news, right?
Yes.
So I wouldn't quite say that, certain communities have it together.
Yes.
Some communities that are more tight-knit, they've gone through like a recent struggle, like a recent genocide or those things, like the Tamil community, right?
Yes.
So that's more in recent history. So it's different than the Black community, I would say, which is much broader and people are coming from all over the place and this and that, right?
Yes.
So I would just want us to acknowledge and clarify that, because I was saying in a meeting last night, I've presented at numerous academic conferences, and the first one to get up and tell me about the Black community needs to pull up and they need to do this work and they need to come together is usually a white body, right?
Yes.
So why do they flip that on us? When really, if you look at the history of the Ontario Parents Committee, the Black Parents Committee, they've been doing this work for years and years and years, right?
Yes.
So where does it stop? Where does the anti-Black racism kind of end? And I'm glad we're having that conversation today.
So it's not a matter of us not pulling together and working, but it's that our efforts are not being recognized. Is that what you're saying?
We could do better.
Yes.
We can always do better, but I also don't want to dismiss the work that's been done. Definitely, the efforts are not recognized, right? And it's on the ground, it's grassroots work, and sometimes you just have a group or a network of mothers who call each other, who go into the school, like one who could speak really well might be the one that goes in and advocates for other students. That's the role that my mom used to take.
Yes.
There was no name, there was no organization. It was just informally, right?
Just going
So,
as concerned parents, as concerned citizens.
exactly, exactly. So this is the ways that Black parents advocate for each other, and also Black parents also work often in community in terms of after school, I would go to my aunt's house, I would go to this one's house, I would go to that one's house while my mom was working, right?
Yes.
So these are some of the ways that we're still carrying on those African traditional ways of parenting, but at the same time, parenting is not always respected or regarded within white institutions or white systems. It's seen as quote unquote bad parenting, but it's a community approach, right?
Yes.
And if the schools don't understand where we're coming from, they're going to constantly antagonize our children and our youth, right?
In that
In the
regards.
education system, yeah.
So the great part about that is a great lead into the reason why we are really here. Today we're here to discuss the issue of addressing this anti-Black, and much of these discussions have resurfaced, especially in what we have seen happening this week, especially in the U.S., in which, of course, Mr. Floyd died at the hands of officers, one of which has now officially charges have been filed against him, and the other three has been fired, for lack of a better word, the right word. But in the context of that, though, we've seen protests and looting and riots emerging across the U.S. And I think that's where most of the conflict lies right now. Because if we go back and is oftentimes quoted before and is still being quoted even in this riot, Dr. Martin Luther King. Dr. Martin Luther King inspired a generation before us to rise up to speak against injustices like these, police brutality and all that. But he also spoke against rioting and the sense of violence overshadowing the mission that we're going toward. What we're seeing now in the U.S., was this an inevitable point for us to move towards, or is it that we can still come back from and keep on that trajectory of peaceful protest and really doing lawful stuff and working the system, as they say, to bring about the change that we need?
Right. So you raise a really important conversation and point, right? So even the term riots, right?
Yes.
Some of the terms, some of the phrases that are used
Yes.
by mainstream media kind of deflect from the organizing that Black people are doing and Black communities are doing, right? And that the response only becomes about the so-called riots. I personally do not even say that. It's a protest. They were trying to protest in a peaceful manner, and that didn't work. You know, tear gas was thrown at them and all sorts of things. So we try, right? We try as Black people, we try as Black community, and I would have been down at Christmas Fits, so I want to shout out all of the organizers for organizing Not Another Black Life right now. But I thought it was important to have this conversation with you today on Gbkm.
Thank you.
No problem.
But of course, police
say-
brutality is at the center of that discussion. Police brutality has been, oh gosh, for the past at least 10 years, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, come to think of it. Police brutality, we've been hearing that term. It has been defined and redefined. But what is police brutality? What is the extent of force police can use on a suspect? Because in all due fairness, they were responding to a criminal activity being taking place, but what was the extent that the police should have gone to in terms of apprehending Mr. Floyd for one, and that the legal system, the law, brought him to justice instead of him dying in the middle of the streets.
Right. So the thing is, if you're called to a situation to intervene, there's no reason why a life needs to be taken, right? With Mr. Floyd's case, that was just totally brutal, totally intentional, and just cruel. In the case of the issues that come up here in Canada,
Yes.
people are calling the police themselves as family members.
Yes.
And, they're calling for help. So if you call an officer for help and then your child ends up dead, where's the trust in the system, right? So I'm not against what folks in Minneapolis express themselves, because now at least we're having a conversation, right? Because people have tried for years, and people have been looted, and lots of people are saying this. Black people have been looted. We were taken from, our history doesn't start at colonization. We were taken from Africa. We were brought to the Americas. We were brutalized before brutality was even a term. And even the system of policing, the way it's a flawed system. We need change. I would turn more to Malcolm X or aspects of Martin Luther King, which aren't usually taken by the mainstream or taught in schools, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, but so let me just play the other side of the argument here, because we want a well-rounded discussion. Let me play the other side. So one, they're saying that, and even the President of the United States, and then we'll come back to the Canadian context. One, the President described it as looting. The mayor of Atlanta, Mrs. Bottoms, of course, downed, for one, what is happening. You mean stealing from stores, damaging properties for businesses. And remember, in Atlanta, businesses, as she said, is about 50% is black owned. And a lot of these places that are being destroyed are black owned businesses. So when we look at it from that standpoint, then, how is destroying property of fellow blacks gonna inspire change?
So I would just say all of this outrage about the looting, or you want to call it, is one aspect, right?
Yeah.
It's one aspect that's been blown up too. I think if we were to address anti-Black racism, the conversation would be on the lives that were lost. And the outrage that you see from certain people in terms of how could they do that?
Yes.
Those very same people weren't saying how could they do that when the police officer had his knee, basically George Floyd's neck, or when Breonna Taylor was shot in her home. So that type of outrage, if folks were to channel that instead to the lives that were lost, we probably would have a different conversation. And if the mayor has the responsibility to the people too, right? If the mayor was to channel that outrage towards what's happening every day to Black children, maybe it wouldn't have gotten to this point, right? If we live every day with outrage and upset, then we can definitely make change. And the anger that we feel can be channeled to make change. We're having the conversation now, right?
Absolutely, and you mentioned a very important aspect of this too, the need for active leadership in times like these. Just last year during the election, our own Prime Minister came under huge amount of scrutiny for him, the so-called blackface issue, and how that ties into the same systems of race, anti-Black racism that has been perpetuating itself, especially in the North American context. And we're going to speak to the North American context here today. and him trying to lead a nation which has a massive and increasing amount of black minorities and black populace. But I think what is happening there is that people are saying, if we don't get leadership that is responsive to issues like anti-black racism, then everything is just going to go bad and stay the way that they are.
Right, right. So the leadership piece is very key. On the Prime Minister, I do not condone what was done. I know a lot of us in the Black community just rolled it off and said, oh, it was just a costume or that sort of thing. But it really goes to show the ways that anti-Black racism manifests. It's not always just in policing. It's not always just in those horrendous videos. I feel so sorry for the poor baby. This young girl who took the video, right?
Yeah.
17-year-old. My heart goes out to her. So it's not only those moments though, right? It's also the types of jokes that people make that they feel okay with. It's also who they think is, an expert on certain issues and not. It's also who gets hired. There's so many ways that it manifests.
Yes.
But there's no single solution, right? And this is something we got at in the education context on the panel just on Tuesday, is that there's no simple cookbook or recipe or tool.
No magic formula.
No, not at all. Or else it would have been solved already, right?
Absolutely.
But I would say there are some things we could do to support different causes, and I'm glad you had MVP Mart Stiles on last week, because I also think fully funded, good, strong education systems, public systems, not private, can really help our communities. And the erosion of those systems has also led to, really detrimental effects for Black, Indigenous, and racialized students and children.
Absolutely. And one of the emergent pieces about especially what's in the media right now and what's unfolding in societies is call for greater levels of allyship from our fellow white and brown, if you're in the Canadian context, allyship from our fellow white and brown counterparts to really join in this effort, because as I said, it's when all of us grow that the entire country will grow and get better. So who gets a pass nowadays? What is it? Okay, so there are two levels. There are this overt racist comments or racist actions, and there are some covert ones. Now, what gets a pass? Do we still give pass to the grandma who makes the subtle racist joke and I was brought up in an old-fashioned system where that was okay? Does grandma still get the pass? Does your white friend still gets to make the mock, as they call it, her black friends, putting on the hair pattern, the hand clapping and all that stuff? Do we still allow that going forward?
So I'm so happy you brought this up, because there are some small acts that people can do, and it's not just on the Black community to resolve anti-Black racism. So some people are done with the term allies. They're like, I'm fed up. It's been decades, especially those activists who've been doing it for so long. But at the same time, I think there is an important responsibility from white people and from racialized people to stand for issues of anti-Black racism, to stand up against it, better yet, not for it.
Stand against it. Yeah.
Because the same people who are within our community and doing the little, teach me how to whine, teach me this new move. Oh, you see the Beanie Boojoo, you see the Clash the other day. These same white people, we need these white people who are in our community to be and louder than us. We need them to not be silent in these times, right? Absolutely. And there are some people who are kind of stepping up. And this happened during the civil rights movement. And we need this to happen all across North America, not only for those who are friendly and who know the Black community. Something that really rubs me the wrong way. It's like you eat the food, you know how to cook the active saltfish, you know how to do all of these things, but when another Black boy is killed, you're quiet. Why, right? And you turn and talk about the looting. So we need our white allies, or some people say critical friends, to really take up anti-Black racism, just like Blackness is linked to Indigenous issues as well in Canada, right? We need to familiarize ourselves with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the 94 calls to action, and how this land in Canada was stolen. And we need to not only treat Indigenous people like their issues are of the past, or they're no longer here, or reserve, but it's also urban Indigenous issues that we need to also stand up for and stand in solidarity of, because all of these issues are kind of, they're connected and they're linked, right? So as this is happening in Manitoba, 3 Indigenous people were shot by police as well. Someone as young as 16 years old. Right? So I'm covering something on that will come out soon. But we need to not be divided, and you were speaking about that, about like, within the Black community, but even more broadly, like we need to be fully standing in solidarity. So the covert remark that you mentioned, like the grandma saying something,
Yes.
As white people, we should call that out in that moment and deal with that. And, you know, friends say something, you should call that out in the moment and deal with that. You shouldn't leave it to the Black person to do that. Yeah, and it happens in the staff room for teachers all the time. And if someone thinks that, like I have friends who are white passing, but they're not white, right? They could be Latinx, or they could be from different places.
Yes.
And some people may feel confident until they know who they are, and they might have some little subtle remarks. But these little subtle remarks also play out to how that teacher would treat Black boys in the classroom, Black girls in the classroom, how they would punish them, how they would not pay attention to them, how they would think that their homes and their families and their ways of doing things are completely backwards or wrong, right? So we need to really address all levels, and just I just want to reiterate that it can't only be on the shoulders of Black people, right?
It should be shared. Well, and an interesting thing about that conversation, I said a couple weeks ago too, the interesting part, and especially why I think a person shouldn't be given that pass to make the jokes and then blame it on being old-fashioned, is because there's no one living outside of. There's no one living right now that was born when slavery was still legal. Everyone who is living on the face of the earth today know what that conversation is like. Everyone who is living right now knows what that anti-black racism means. They know it. They know what is accepted and what is not accepted. So when they say, the mere fact that they can, go back to saying, oh, this is how I was brought up, means that you know, for one, that you're saying something wrong or you're doing something wrong, but you're trying to seek refuge in the fact that, okay, I'm old and I'm old-fashioned, so I should be allowed to do it. And in truth and in fact, that's not the case.
Yeah. And if we carry through with that line of thought, like women were not considered persons, right?
Yes.
And we're not able to vote, and we're not able to do all of those things. And white women were afforded that right in the 1920s in Canada, but Black, Indigenous, racialized women, not until much later, right? So if we just say, oh, well, you know, this is a thing of the past, I was raised in an old school way, then you don't have a right to work, you don't have a right to go to school, your children, your grandchildren, granddaughters don't have a right to go to school. They should not vote. So if you're going to go old school, then
And then
it's
follow
just
it to
like
the T, right? Follow it to the T.
yeah. So
Absolutely.
also silence is another thing.
Yes.
Silence is a big, right?
Yeah.
So when you make jokes and when do you not stand up, right? Like, you know, a lot of Black people are very tired this week. You know, last week maybe we were getting into making recipes at home, but this week, like, people are exhausted
Angry. People
and
are
angry.
angry. We're
Yeah.
tired. For
Yes.
one, it has been for all our existence since 1400s, 1600s, coming down. And what I think people are saying is that we're tired, we want some rest, because as soon as we can see the light, it gets dark again. But of course, on that note, we'll take a very second break here on the U-Turn Up Show. So much being unpacked here. And when we come back, we'll really get into those solutions, because of course, this is a show where we bring you solutions to problems, not just the conversation. And we invite you to join the conversation with your thoughts, with your solutions, and just anything that comes to mind. Of course, our platforms: Facebook, Gbkm TV; on YouTube, Gbkm TV; on our website, www.gbkm.fm, and also get our app from our website. We'll be right back after these messages.
As the world fights this coronavirus, we are standing together as a family.
My name is Kevin. I'm a fan of GBKM.
My name is Pat Omozane.
I'm Medea, your red carpet host.
I am your host, Ellen Roxon, for the show Talk That Talk here on GBKM FM.
I'm a mother and a teacher. I stand with everyone at this time.
Hi, my name is Gbkm, co-host of the King's Domain.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Goody, the host of the Chat Show on GBKM.
My name is Kenny Bagwai, President and CEO, Gbkm FM and TV. We stand with all the community affected by this pandemic.
And of course, welcome back to the U-Turn Up Show right here on Gbkm FM. Of course, we have been having a phenomenal discussion about really addressing anti-Black racism in our society. Of course, I'm being joined by Miss Janelle Brady, of course, PhD candidate and coordinator at the Center for Integrative Anti-Racism Studies at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education. But Ms. Brady, right before we went for the break, we had that great discussion about what anti-Black racism entails, how it manifests itself in society. Right now, let's get into the solutions, because that's what people want to hear. People want to hear, how do we solve it? How do we ensure that next year, being optimistic, being very optimistic, the next 10 years, next 20 years, or grandchildren or great-grandchildren can inherit an earth, a society where we live just as equitable and as equal and peaceful as any other person who inhabits the earth.
So I'm that because there are some solutions that folks have been working on. So what we could do is support some of these people in the solutions that they're coming up with, such as scholar and activist Natasha Henry is really looking at Black history and Black Canadian history, because part of the problem is our education system, and it comes back to education. What are people learning in schools, right? And how can we change that? So folks like Natasha Henry, the Ontario Black History Society, Afia Cooper have worked on changing the curriculum so it has more to do with our Black leaders and our Black Canadian history. So children, not only in schools that have more Black children, but all can learn about that. The other piece is we need to have some conversations. This came up, Professor, a mentor of mine, Professor Njoki Wong, spoke about this the other day. We need to have some conversations around healing, because
a lot of us are carrying a lot of trauma, right?
Yes.
Especially now.
what's, as we've said today, is it's not new. So how do we talk about healing as a community, right? Like, what types of supports do we need to make that happen? And the third point is race-based data. So a mentor of mine, Dr. Carl James at York University, where I did my master's research, was my supervisor. And a lot of folks who know Dr. James, Dr. Carl James, for his work in looking at the data. What is the data? Because Professor McCready also says this: we cannot get to the root of the problem if we don't even know how to quantify it, what's out there, what the problem is, or who is affected by these problems, right? So we've seen this with COVID-19 in Black communities, where our communities are impacted in areas that have more Black community, such as where I live in the Downsview Finnish community. You would find there's higher levels of COVID-19.
Yes.
And it's not just to say Black people are more susceptible to it, but some of the pieces around socioeconomic status, housing, healthcare, all intersect and all have an impact on our community. So we need to collect race-based data, not stigmatize our community, because if it's collected in a way where it's very, very racist, it won't have good outcomes, right? But if we collect the data and we know how many Black children are being pushed out of the school system, or people are being affected by issues around poverty or not being able to access jobs or that sort of thing, then we can say, this is the problem and this is how we go about solving it. But Canada is this kind of multicultural haven where everything is all good. But many of us know that, our grandparents moved here, or our parents moved here, we moved here. And these are working people who struggled, who pushed for, number one, despite what institutions would say, they've pushed for our education, right? And they wanted better for us. And some of us who are talking about anti-racism, this is not what we pictured for ourselves, right? We picture our work looking at race. This shouldn't even be a problem still. We'd love to do something else, something different.
Absolutely, but in that regard, interject here with a study which was done, of course, and submitted by Mr. Martin Turcott. It's entitled "The Results from the 2016 Survey, Education and Labor Market Integration of Black Youth." And I must say, you've had the opportunity to take a look at the survey yourself, and or the results of the findings, and it purported some startling findings. For one, it is saying that educated parents, and that's just one of the many shocking stuff that has emerged from this survey, is that educated parents, or young Black youth with educated parents, seem to fare less favorable than Black youth with lesser educated parents, or let's say lesser educated parents, but parents who doesn't necessarily have that high level of education in the form of a diploma, a degree, or something to that extent. But so what's happening there? Because we've often heard the conversation that through education, and that's one of my motto, we can really build a nation. But if the survey is correct in what it's purporting, that education in their parents is not transferring to the students, then what is happening there?
So I would turn to another study that was done to complement that was done by Stats and that Dr. Carl James commented on. And that showed that the longer Black people are in the system, the education system, like, third generation by generation, the worse off they're doing in our education system. So that's not to say that we should all just say to heck with education,
Yes.
but it also shows that there are some serious issues with the education system that
Yeah.
need to be fixed. So a first generation student, the example that Dr. James gives, will come to Canada and will
Go hard at it. Go hard.
yes,
Yes.
yes, but at the same time, they haven't dealt with like 2 generations of racism within the classroom and within the schools. So it's also how the teachers react and respond to the 2 different Black students, because they could both be Black. But there's something that needs to be done around our education system. Who are the teachers? Do they reflect the students, right? Tana Turner did a report that looks at Black students being suspended at a higher rate, even though they make a lower percentage. Black students, with Dr. James, Black students being streamed to lower levels when they want to go into higher academic levels, not lower, higher, but streamed into non-academic pathways, let's say, right? And that almost happened to me. It wasn't for my mom intervening, right?
So that's the channeling. That's a channeling then. So you're saying that is a system encompassed in anti-Black racism of channeling students towards lower level instead of enabling them to matriculate according to their own potentials.
Right, exactly. And the Black students who are there, they need to see, Black teachers who look like them, Black principals who look like them, and also the parents need to be welcome, because sometimes school administrators would say, oh, the parents are not involved or the parents are not this. But I've worked with Black mothers, and there have been instances where if they go in, they're not welcome in the office, or they're not, if they advocate for their child, they're kind of blacklisted from going back in again, right? Yeah, so the students that I worked with in the Peel We Rise Together report said the number one advocate for them, overwhelmingly, was their mother. And for other students, it might be your guidance counselor, your teacher, your principal, your active after school extracurricular person. So we really have a lot that we have done and that we continue to do. But we also need, as you say, solutions. We need those system-wide solutions. And that's where I would go at it at. We need good, fully funded education institutions which have racial lens clearly written into policy, not just racism on the side, racism as it relates to education, health, housing, childcare. How do all of these things kind of intersect? So voting is important, right?
Absolutely.
Who we vote for is important.
And just before you veer off in that direction, because that's a bigger conversation we're coming to, just want to interject something here that a fellow colleague of yours said. I know you've had the panel discussion addressing anti-Black racism in the school system. Dr. ABC, Mr. Andrew Campbell, is a phenomenal thinker and a phenomenal, I tell you, person here in in Toronto, in and around Toronto. But he said something interesting. Just this morning on his live, I tuned in. He said sometimes, especially and was pointing towards his whiter friends, because he's a teacher also, is that sometimes you think you can't do, but you actually have the power to do it. And he an instance in which one of his friends, well, wasn't a friend at the time, but then he was somewhere giving a speech, and the lady came up to him and said, "How do I get you in my school?" And she was a mere teacher, but she worked with her school administration, and he made it a reality. He also pointed to something else, said it starts from the reading books that we consume as students. It starts from the Cinderella stories and the Prince Charles, where the Black student or the Black child is not just the helper, is not just the background, the support for the man, but is seen as the main character.
Yes, yes. And that's something that a lot of Black folks and Dr. ABC spoke about that because that's something that a lot of Black folks have been advocating for to happen in schools. And it's not to say that some of this hasn't happened, but I'm glad Dr. ABC said, yes, it's in the teacher's power to say, no, I'm not using this book. Yes, I'm using this book instead. And to be very intentional about what the students and the children consume in terms of their learning material, also at home. Like I have younger sisters and I take care of them sometimes and I've been super intentional about the books that are here.
Yes.
I also work in like community programs, one out of Delta, and running into the library of Black History Month, which is Rosa Parks, Rosa Parks, Rosa Parks, Rosa
Yes.
Parks, Rosa Parks. And they said, we need Canadian history in this library. You need to do better, right? They tried to
Absolutely.
pin it on who to resolve. However, if you have a racial justice lens that's
Yes.
not just falling on Black people, for everyone to take full responsibility and accountability,
Yes.
we can really make change, right, at multiple levels.
Absolutely, and fantastic. So now let's get to voting, because that's where the other part is. They say that if you want to make the change, you have to be a part of the change. For one, if you want to see the end of police brutality, become an officer. Inform your fellow colleagues as to how to approach situations. Not all Black men are gangsters. How do you approach? And then the other in is a fear, the fear factor that comes in, the police saying that, oh, approaching a Black person is much different than approaching a white person. There's a fear factor there. So helping to dismantle that fear factor. If you want to change the laws, then get into the positions in which laws are made. So run for city council, run for a member of parliament, do whatever it is necessary to get you at that table, get you a seat at that table.
Right, right. And that's something that, like, in my community work, I realized that there's only so much you can do as a not-for-profit, as a community organizer, and that really motivated me to begin political organizing and political advocacy. The party that I identify with is the NDP, because I believe in good public systems, healthcare systems, and I really believe that the systems that were cut and the funding cuts that have happened,
Yes.
nothing has been done about it for 15 plus years. And now we're starting to see the trickle down effect on our Black communities, right? Because we're first. Who do they cut from first? So I would say, like, when you run, think about, look into who, or when you support someone, who are you supporting and how are they going to uplift this community, and run too, right? Like, MPP Laura May Lindo is there now, Dr. Jill Andrew is there now. You have, now there's a Black caucus, which there wasn't before. So for myself personally, I'm now holding the position of vice president of the Ontario NDP. That doesn't mean that I'm always comfortable with everything that is done, right? So, for example, this morning we passed a motion to have anti-Black racism training at all of our, or at some of our upcoming meetings for all of the executive, the staff, and this and that. So change from within can happen, but you can't sit on your hands and you can't be comfortable, happy with the position or happy with, because we can't, right?
We have
Black
to get
people, as you
active.
said, we're
We have to
scared,
get
right?
active.
Yes, yes. So really being critical about who comes around and when they come around and that sort of thing, I think is very important, because seeing some beautiful things coming up in the United States in terms of representation, like who are the representatives, and these are people who've done on the ground work for years, right? So, and them for running and for taking that very, very seriously as well.
Absolutely. And for those, just a quick interjection here, for those who think that what happens in the US doesn't affect what happens in Canada. We literally share a border, and the last time we saw when there were increased tensions between the racial group, there was mass amount of immigrations and rush to the border, or Canadian border, seeking asylum here in Canada. So the interests are not only economically tied, but we're socially tied. And hence we have to, and it's not even just about the US, and it's not even just about Canada, it's about the linkage all black persons have around the world. I know we're currently in the midst of the United Nations decade for persons of African descent. And what that means is there's a greater call for the diaspora, that means blacks in Canada, the US, the Caribbean, in Europe, to really come together to start building up or legacy in terms of the infrastructures, our own stories, our economy, really start building on that and getting active in that building process, not just talking, not just making the posts on Facebook, not just protesting, but really doing what it takes. When it's election time, show up, vote for who you want to lead. Where if you don't see an eligible candidate and you can pull support from your own constituency that you're situated in, then try your hand at leadership, right? The voice at the table to change things. And that's not just an appeal for the viewers here on the show today, but it's for our viewers to spread the message, because there are vital messages being taken away from today's discussion. For one, in your recommendations, it's really tapping into our education system. And it's not just education system in terms of going to school, but it's also responsibility for parents at home to really sit their children down and explain certain things to them at different stages of their lives. For one, at a younger age, see yourself as a princess that you see on TV, right? And then as your child grows, start explaining to them some of the things that will happen. I heard that I consider to be fantastic. There was an explanation. If you get stopped by the police, and that's going back to police brutality, if you get stopped by the police, remain calm. Don't escalate the situation beyond what it is before. Remain calm, try to answer the questions, but we've seen even then it doesn't always translate to a peaceful resolution, and that's where your recommendations come into play. And I want you to just give us your final and thoughts on how do we really address anti-black racism in our society as we move into the future. As I said, we can't afford to exit this decade, and for those who have been tuned in on the show in last week, or exit this decade without addressing issues like this.
Yes, yeah. So I would say it takes a collaborative approach. I would say that white folks need to step in and to also have those serious conversations within their communities as well, calling out anti-black racism, but also supporting it by action, right? So a specific example I have is that white people are usually, work, you know that white people are usually the ones to want to run, right, for politics. But creating the space so that it's not just white people at the table. So you have those enriched experiences from everyone, right, based on where they're coming from too. So not only speaking out, but stepping aside sometimes as well and allowing for black people to also take up those leadership positions too.
Absolutely.
The other piece I would say is education, education within the home, like you said, and education within the schools, but also supporting some of the that are taking place by Black community members, Black parents, and just supporting each other as a community. You know, if someone wants to go in and they want to change policy at the school board level, you know, just reaching out to folks who would be able to know those things, right? And having those clear conversations and being just very, very open about it. And finally, I would say, you know, it's tough for me to wrap up into the solutions.
Absolutely.
Because there's so much problems. But I would say those are the people who are fighting and leading the fight. We might not agree with everything everyone does or the strategies that they take, but not getting lost in just those side commentary, because that's what kind of pushes away from that change.
Absolutely.
Right?
So getting the right information.
Exactly. Getting the right information, supporting our communities, supporting the protests as well, I would say very, very much, very important. Protests are the reasons we have 8-hour workdays, we have weekends, we have mat leave, we have some sort of racial justice, we have education. Protest, yes, protest, but protest isn't the only thing. So also protests, you know, like now we have the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit at the City of Toronto. That wouldn't have happened if people weren't going to City Hall in droves and protesting, and Black Lives Matter leading the charge in those conversations, right? So really in full support of those things, but also creating new outlets as well, saying, hey, you know, I want to address this piece around stories, right? There are groups that are out there that have like little like Black libraries, right? So figuring out who are and supporting them. Black business, who are the Black businesses supporting them as well, right? So kind of doing our research, sharing the information, sharing correct and accurate information too, because a lot of information gets circulated in all communities. Being able to be very critical of that as well. But I am hopeful. Even though I've been very ticked off lately, I am very, very hopeful. And I do think that people have these conversations, and I hope they're not just conversations. I hope they're actually action and just doing work, small acts and big acts, right? And on the voting piece, not just voting and running, but doing the work in between elections. What are all of the things we can do in between those 4 years, which are crucial, right? That certain affluent do, like they demand that be taken down and put up this mural instead of that one. We should also have those demands, but also figure out who our political allies are within, let's say, municipal government, and work with that, bring forth motion and make change as well.
Absolutely. But we have to hold it there for today, of course. I've extended my time with my producer. I can just feel it coming. But of course, Janelle, Ms. Brady, thank you so much for joining the show here with me today. So much has been unpacked. And of course, we'll definitely have to catch up on this again. So you'll be back, right?
Thank you. Yes, definitely.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Folks can reach out to me. I might not be able to get back to everybody fairly quickly, but reach out. We're all in here as community, right? So thank you so much for having me today.
And it was our pleasure here at the U-Turned Up Show. But of course, we're going to just get out of here because our time is practically out. But of course, thank you so much. Whatever they may be, they have you covered. Of course, so just give them a call at 416-629-4617. You can also send them an email at aofimmigration.com or visit their offices. They're located at 5800 Ambler Drive in Mississauga, Ontario. And of course, I want to thank you each and every week, our U-Turned Up Show family, for tuning in and just keeping our company. Thank you for joining the conversation. Thank you so much for being so, sharing and liking all these weeks, years, or a year and a half that we've almost been on the air. You've been wonderful company. I also want to send a huge shout out to each and every person who makes the U-Turn Show possible each and every week. But of course, as we always say here on the U-Turn Show, same time, it's 3 p.m. until 4 p.m. Same place, Gbkm FM, same post, myself, Romain Redmond. Just keep reaching, keep achieving, and keep changing the world, because together, the only way we'll make change happen. See you next week. Bye-bye.
As the world fights this coronavirus, we are standing together as a family.
My name is Kemi. I'm a fan of GBKM.
My name is Pastor Clement Omozane.
I'm Medea, your red carpet host.
I am your host, Ellen Roxon, for the show Talk That Talk here on GBKM.
I'm a mother and a teacher. I stand with everyone.
Happy International Women's Day. Good night. How are we today? Welcome to Smart Investing with Alton Brooks. Oh, what a day today. It was a fantastic day. I hope you had one as well. I had a terrific day. Shout out to my 3 children who are watching. Peace. Today, we are talking business. In fact, we're recognizing women in business. And we have none other than in our possession today, a young lady by the name of Luann Jones. And she is the owner of the very first Black-owned funeral home service in Canada, Covenant Funeral Homes. We're going to invite her on to chat with us this evening to tell us how she got started in this business, and some information that would be useful, as this is a profession that not a lot of us know about. So she's going to be here tonight with us to tell us some information that can be of assistance. And here she is. Welcome, Luann Jones, to the program.
Thank you so much, Alton, for having me. It's a pleasure and an honor. National Women's Day.
For sure. And it is my pleasure to have you on. I've known you for a while, and you are a stalwart individual, a stand-up individual, a very professional person. So it is my pleasure on International Women's Day to have someone of your ilk on this show. So I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you again.
So just to get started, tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us, where you're from and any other information you may wish to tell our audience.
Sure. Well, I was born in London, England. I immigrated to Toronto back in 1977 with my parents. We lived in the annex when we just came to Canada, so that would have been the Bathurst and Bloor area, and then later on we moved into Vaughan and Oakwood, where I pretty much lived there for a little while before moving out west to Mississauga, Ontario, which I currently reside in now in Peel. I started my career in the mid to late 90s in the industry, and at that time I had never met a Black funeral director. I fortunately had never gone to a funeral, never had a family member or somebody within my circle. I've had people pass, but it wasn't a familial loss.
Right.
And so it was something that was completely new to me and new to my family because, well, not exactly, not in its entirety, because I found out some things afterwards.
Okay.
But to be a funeral director, it was literally unheard of within my family. And after a number of something that I was actually drawn back to, because when I was in elementary school preparing for high school, my temperament test or my characteristics were best suited for a funeral director.
Oh, that's
And
interesting.
literally when I was 12, I would run from it. I didn't want to deal with dead people. I wanted to get into travel and tourism, which I did. I wanted to get into the cosmetology or hairdressing field, which I dabbled in a little bit.
Right.
Those are the things that I wanted to do. I wanted to deal with the living and not with dead people. But as the Lord would have it, He
Right.
brought me back full circle.
Well, I can certainly running from something, especially if it's to do with death, really. But once you decided to go into that profession, how did people take to that? Your family, your friends, you tell them your funeral director, your mortician, like what was their reaction?
I was like, "You're doing what? You want to deal with dead people? Like, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid?" That was one of the big ones. And way back when, I used to say to people, the dead can't do any harm to you. You need to be afraid of the living. So people warmed up to it.
Right.
I had friends that didn't even want to make eye contact, didn't want to shake my hand. If Luann was around, they're gone to another corner.
They just had a fear in themselves.
It was. It was. And it was actually funny. Like, we can sit back, laugh, and joke about it now because, again, I'm still in it. I haven't changed my mind. My heart hasn't changed towards the industry.
Yeah.
But yeah, to see the different perceptions of what people think funeral directors are really, what funeral directors or who funeral directors are.
Well, I mean, personally, for myself, I did not know a lot about funeral directors. I've been to a few funerals, of course, and it's always seemed like a mystery to me. So having you on tonight is definitely going to help me understand some of.
I'll share our secrets.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the misconceptions. Well, even I myself, I had that misconception of a funeral director, someone being, stoic and serious and emotion, and it was none of the sort. When I was actually doing my observation, the gentleman that I was, shadowing, they had a service, they were laughing and they were joking behind the scenes. And I'm like, you guys are disrespectful. Like, you're supposed to be serious. And,
Right.
You're laughing. And they're like, Luann, we're human, And that was like the icebreaker. Yes, we do have emotion.
Right.
And you're allowed to show emotion and you're allowed to laugh and have conversation, but everything respectively and respectfully. And yeah, it was definitely, a transition for me as well. But more so, it was about being able to serve families during the most difficult time of their lives.
For sure. And you have a very important job because, that's one of the last things that you can do for someone is the respect shown when they do pass. And
absolutely,
that job you have is a very important one, which takes me to wondering, how does someone get to where you get to? What is the education path required to take you from your high school dreams to possibly college or university? What's the path to becoming, whether a mortician or a funeral director? How do you get there?
Well, it's a college program. I studied at Humber College, the North Campus. We're the only college, one of two colleges actually in Ontario that offer the funeral service program. It was a 2-year program at the time, whereby your first year is theoretical. So you're actually in school learning the history of funeral service, starting from the embalming preparation, the business aspect of it, the psychological aspect of it, the chemistry aspect of it. All of those things you learn. Those are the foundation. And then your second year would actually be your practical year or your apprenticeship, or as I call it now, you do your preceptor training.
Right.
So it was a process whereby you were in school during your apprentice year, you still had to fulfill the requirements in terms of the courses and the tests that would have to be done, or the assignments, to qualify to the next level. And the next level would have been writing your board exam and doing an actual embalming,
Right.
so that you are qualified. During the 2-year process, or the 2-year course, you would have to embalm 100 body. I believe it was 100, or it's been so
100?
long. I don't
Wow.
remember how many bodies I had to embalm, but do 5 pre-arrangements and also 5 what we call at-need funeral arrangements to qualify for a license as well.
Mm-hmm. What was any part of that scary for you, like going through that education process? Was any part of that
For
intimidating?
me, it was actually, it wasn't scary, but I was a single mother, and I had been out of school for 10 years, out of the post-secondary field for 10 years. So more of a transition for me.
Okay.
I had my children that I had to take care of, made sure that they had their homework done, spent time with them before I can actually focus on my own work. And a lot of the times I would, doze off and fall asleep with them and get
Right.
up at like 3 o'clock in the morning and do my studying, and then get up early in the morning and prepare them for school, and for whatever I had to do as well. So it was a juggling act. My professors at the time, they were very, very helpful with me, and in terms of me recalibrating my brain, so to speak, to keep, or retain what I was actually learning.
So it sounded like a very challenging environment to actually go through the studies of getting to where you needed to go.
It was a lot of work, a lot of retention, but it got easier. It was a process,
right?
And I was so glad that I was able to withstand that process.
Well, you are a very strong individual, and that showed just from the school aspect of things, just to be able to so many things. But seeing that you had your goal, you had your eye on your prize, and you just had to complete that to continue your journey.
Right. And I think that was the focus, because I was at a point in my life where I was thinking about the future, and I had responsibilities, and there were a number of people that were in the course that were basically already in, because their families were funeral home owners, and they had no choice but to go to the class. And even if they failed, they still had a job because it was a family-run business.
Right.
But for myself personally, I'm literally documented first-generation funeral director, legally. But to find out as I was in the program that both the matriarchal and the patriarchal side, my grandmothers, they were actually in respective communities, taking care of the dead. So I had one grandmother, on my mom's side, she would look after the people that passed within the Muslim community. And on my dad's side, I had my great grandmother, look after a lot of the people within the community there. So nobody actually had told me that this was a part of our family, but I guess it was just in my DNA, and it was just natural.
Right. So let's continue on the challenges path. The education is the challenge. You're going through a lot. Now, fast being the very first Black person to own a funeral home in Canada. What are some of the challenges that you faced being an owner of a funeral home?
Well, the initial challenge, and I revert back to my first stepping into the faculty office and looking at the graduates and not really seeing anybody that looked like me.
Right.
And I went back a number of years to finally find somebody that she did look like me, but she wasn't in the industry anymore. So my long-term goal was to eventually open up and own my own funeral home one day. And it took me actually 18 years for that dream to be manifested.
Interesting.
Being a Black woman, being a woman, being a Black woman, being the first Black woman or Black person in history, there were a lot of pressures in terms of people not thinking that we were able to compete with other established funeral homes. We didn't have that confidence, or we didn't have the confidence of the community in the beginning because we were babies.
Right.
You know, nobody ever heard of Covenant Funeral Home. Well, we've never heard of you before. We normally go to XYZ funeral home at the top of the street. So that's where we're going to go.
And again, it's the final process someone does when someone dies, and you don't want to risk it on someone you don't know or you can't trust, or everyone else has a name.
That too. And I think, you know, sadly, in the beginning of it, we didn't have, again, that support within the community because, again, we were just babies, so to speak.
Right.
And then you had people that say, you know what, Luann, we're going to give you a chance.
Give you a shot, yeah.
And I knew that given that chance, given the opportunity, we had to set that bar really, really high because the microscope, all eyes were on us.
Right.
All eyes were on our service. And we've left an impression within the community. And, you know, not only our service, but our presentations as well. And a lot of people, they speak about the way that their loved one looked in that casket. And, you know, it's an honor to do something like that for somebody, because this is the last time that they're ever going to be able to see that person. And you don't want your last memory to be that of, you know, the way that they were looking at the hospital if it was a long-term illness, or if they were, you know, involved in a motor vehicle accident or passed away tragically. You don't want that last memory to be that of what you last saw. You want something to be, you know, pleased to speak and peaceful as a last memory.
Now you talk about competing. I mean, it must feel good to know that, you know, people are not just coming to you because of the color of your skin. They're coming to you because you can actually produce just as high of a level of anyone else that they may choose to go to. I mean, that must have a great feeling.
It's an excellent feeling. And to know that, yes, we are in competition. We do compete with the larger firms here within the city, and to hear, you know, people, the buzz that, oh, we've heard that you're busy, or you know, you're people are talking,
right? And
you know, it's a good thing because we're a physically smaller funeral home,
right?
We're not lavish, you know, whistles. But in terms of the service, you know, it's impeccable service. I would have nothing fall short of that.
For sure, for sure. Well, that is terrific. But it also means that you have invested a lot of yourself into this business.
Oh my goodness.
And even just working for another firm, I'm sure just that itself is also very immersing. How do you keep yourself centered? How do you deal with the physical and the emotional aspect of being a funeral director, being an owner? How do you handle all that?
Well, there are things you have to compartmentalize. You know, it's one of my mentors, he you can't take everything on because you're going to burn out. Whatever happens at work, you kind of leave it at work.
Right.
And you come home to your reality. But the person that I am, my reality is my work.
Okay.
My children are grown. You know, fortunately, I don't have to mind them. They call me when they need me.
Right.
But my focus is on my business and growing my business, building my legacy, and that's what it's about right now. So, you know, to be available for families when they need me. I often overextend myself, and I have to remember that, you know what, I can't always make myself available because I do need that time,
right,
you know, for myself to, you know, to rejuvenate, to be able to function for somebody else. And I think especially now within this time, so to speak, the pandemic, it has waned because there are a lot more stresses. There are a lot more anxious moments, in a sense that we have so much to deal with and so many different emotions for families, because families aren't able to celebrate the lives of their loved ones the way that we would normally celebrate.
Right, right.
So to let somebody know that, you know, only 10 people can be in attendance at the funeral, or unfortunately, because of, you know, what the cause of death is, you can't see or touch your loved one. It's often hard.
I love this topic that you've introduced about talking about the COVID aspect. So we're going to dig deeper into that. We're going to take a quick, short message, but when we continue, and we'll start with COVID-19 and how that has affected your profession. We'll be right back.
You can officially download our free Gbkm app from the App Store and the Google Play Store, okay? Now, what is the best thing about this app? Well, it is that you have all of the features from the website that is portable. So here, this is the page where you can watch our live, our Gbkm TV. You can watch live, enjoy the shows live. Now, if you go to our tabs, you can check out any shows you missed in the past shows tab, to the past shows that have happened in the last week. And if you just scroll down, you can see those past shows in order, chronological order, with their dates next to them as well. So if you've missed a show, no worries, just go to the past show tab and you can catch up on your favorite Gbkm entertainment. Going back to our menus tab again, you can check out our upcoming shows so you do not miss any past shows. You can check out our breaking news section, which is our newest section as well, to learn of any breaking news within the diaspora, across the globe, all of that good stuff, so you can stay engaged and up to date on what's going on with our breaking news tab on the Gbkm app, and also available on the website. And as you can see, there are other tabs there. You can listen to our live radio, our live TV. You can learn more about our on-air personalities by going to our OAP tab, all of that good stuff.
And welcome back to the Smart Investing Show with Alton Brooks. It is an International Women's Day today. To all the ladies out there, I hope you had a great day and celebrated well. Just to let you know, we are on the Gbkm network, and we're here every Monday night from 9 to 9:30 live with very interesting, powerful, and world-renowned guests that we bring to you, can help educate us on some aspects of business that we may or may not know about. Tonight we are talking with the very first Black funeral home owner, Covenant Funeral Homes. CEO Luann Jones has joined us this evening, and she joins us again. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
So we started talking about COVID-19 just before the break. And as we know, it's been over a year, pretty much right now, or starting a year, that it's been with us. And we're still hoping for vaccines and things like that. How has COVID-19 affected, you know, how families view death and how they look at, their situations going forward, having to deal with the repercussions of COVID-19?
It has been challenging for many families that we have been serving, but it's our reality currently, and what we're actually going through is really historical, because we've never, within our lifetime, we've never gone through anything like this. So everything that we do here on in is a learning process, and we have to be able to be in that mindset where we can understand and know what we're dealing with. COVID-19 in itself is something that is unknown in terms of, you know, the different pathogens and how it's contracted, and, you know, who is going to get it. So we have to be very, very mindful when serving our community and, you know, interacting with the community. So in terms of precautions and what we're doing as a funeral home, providing services, we have in place the mandates that we have to abide by, the directives that we are given by our governing body. In this case, it would be the Bereavement Authority of Ontario.
Right.
So we've been really, really educated with the do's, and along working side with the legislation, the province, in terms of, you know, what the numbers are and you know, what we can do. So the strain on the business was because we're not able to allow as many people, as many mourners or guests that we would have normally had in either in our facility or at church. Now, our funerals are usually 2 to 3, 4, 500, and up to, we've done funerals over 2,000 people in attendance. So to have that limited down to, last year it was only 5, you know, or have it limited to what it is currently right now, 10, it is a challenge for families, because some immediate family members within their circle are within that 10, and they're not able to have anybody else, you know, attend the service. So what we've actually have done, and we continue to do, something that we've been implementing from the beginning, the inception of Covenant, is doing live stream.
Right.
So within our community, there have been a number of people, based on, you know, not being able to travel, or based on not having the finances to come over for whatever reason, we were able to provide them with a stream that they can actually see the service. Excellent. And participate in real time at what's going on during the service. And you know, a lot of funeral homes now implemented like a Zoom, where they have cameras that are basically fixed on the ceiling, but they're not interactive.
Right.
And we have, from the get-go, we have been interactive. We are the eyes of that person, because they can't be there physically. So we're actually walking them through the process. We're actually walking up to the casket. We're looking at the flowers. We're looking at the cards. We're looking at the families. So again, so they feel like they're included in that service.
For sure.
And a lot of people, they so appreciate it. They're so grateful, because they feel as if they have been a part of something that, you know, they couldn't have physically been a part of.
Excellent. Well, you know, just coming up with some of those new services is quite interesting, because it certainly takes someone thinking on their feet. It also looking at putting yourself in their shoes to say, you know, how would something benefit them and their families, seeing that they can't travel, or they have to limit the amount of people that can come to the funeral. So that's great that you've actually instituted some of those into your offerings. Now,
and again, families, they appreciate it.
For sure. Now let's talk about families and just talk about funerals. And myself, a lot of other people, we don't want to think about that. You know, no one really wants to think about that day when it comes, but it's something that I'm sure that you would find value to think about prior. So, tell us what you would say to folks who don't want to think about it, or why they should, and tell us why pre-planning is something important that should be considered.
Well, first of all, we live currently in a death-denying society, but it's been more prevalent now. People are more accepting of it, and they're thinking of life after death, so to speak, and what they're leaving behind for their families to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
When I started in the industry, we had the ignorance of, oh, I don't care what happens to me. My family can deal with it, or they can fight it out, or they can figure it out.
Right.
Those were the things that I was getting. But I think more so people are mindful of the stress and the burden that they could be leaving upon their family.
For sure.
The hurt that they could be leaving on their family because they don't have things in place. There are a number of other communities that have that implemented. And it's just like financial planning. I know out of 10 people, how many people would probably have life insurance, or how many people would have retirement savings, or how many people will even have a will.
Right.
Because when you think of those things, you think of your own mortality. And, we think that because we've got a will, we're going to hasten the death. Or maybe if we tell somebody that we have a will, maybe they're going to want to, kill us because of what is going to be left behind for them, or perhaps what's not going to be left for them. So it's more so about educating the community. And when I do my seminars, like I thought about it, and I went way back. And one of the questions I pose to a lot of families, and especially those people within the church community, prearrangements goes back to the beginning of time, Christ's days. And when you think about it, the tomb that actually Jesus was laid to rest in for that short period of time, it was a borrowed tomb. It belonged to, I believe it was Joseph of Arimatheus. He had prepaid or prearranged his burial plot, so to speak. And when Jesus had passed, he actually donated that space to him. So it's historical, to pre-plan. And my late grandmother, I remember she always used to say, if you can't hear, you're going to feel. Right. So, to be able to educate people of the value of getting things done ahead of time, it makes things so much easier. And the cost is definitely a lot less than it would be, 2 years from now. Within the industry, prices, they go up twice a year. You have increases on your service, you have your increase on your product or your merchandise. So, to do things in advance, you're not only saving yourself money, but you're also providing yourself with, peace of mind. And for me, peace of mind is priceless. You can't put a dollar value on peace of mind.
For sure. I totally agree with that. Before we close, you are in a very competitive space. You are in business, which is cutthroat. You are competing as a woman. You have a lot of obstacles in front of you. For the benefit of those that are watching, especially the young folks who are maybe looking to start a business, tell us where you get your moxie. Where do you get your business fight? And what advice do you have for any young folks who are on the edge, wondering if they have what it takes to start a business, or just for anyone else who may be looking to start but not sure of tipping their toes in the water? What can you share with us today about that?
I think it's about passion. I thrive on my passion. And when I speak to people and they say, you know what, I'm so passionate about it, that's when I know you're ready. In doing anything that you're passionate about, that's your fuel. that fuel is ignited by your dreams and your desires and your wishes for a future for yourself. When I speak about my industry, when I speak about funerals, as morbid as it is, I'm passionate. I'm passionate about my service. I'm passionate about my preparations. And, I just want everything done flawlessly. And there are times where I micromanage because sometimes I feel as if I'm the only one that can do it that certain way. But now I've kind of stepped back because I have well educated and compassionate staff that actually do things the way that I like things to be done.
Nice.
And it's all a process. You have to give people the opportunity to prove themselves.
For sure.
And to be with people that are of like mind. So again, be with people that are passionate about something. It could be anything. If you're passionate about, designing a video game, design that video game and go and sell it. Because nobody can sell your own product the way that you would actually sell it for yourself. And sometimes you have to go out there and do things on your own.
For sure, for sure. And passion is definitely something that you exude.
It is. You have to be passionate. And as parents, we always want the best for our children. We want our children to be doctors, lawyers, engineers, and things like that. But if you don't find true happiness in those things, you'll never be happy in life.
True.
So it could be a menial task, but once you do it and you're passionate about it, that's the greatest thing because that gives you satisfaction. And at the end of the day, that's what it's about, being satisfied.
For sure.
I'll share one thing with you. I'm actually on a side note, I'm in a movie.
What?
And yeah,
tell us about that.
Fiance,
I mean, you've got some personalities, so please share quickly.
We're doing a movie, and the movie is actually coming out soon. And he's very, very passionate, and we're like-minded because we thrive on perfection and just being passionate and service and trying to get out there and promoting. It's like, okay, we're only one person. But there's so many lives and so many people that we want to bring within to share what our vision is. And the only way you can truly share somebody's vision is if you kind of regress and go back into their shoes, so to speak.
Right.
And it's about convincing people to see things through your eyes. So be it through your creativity, be it through the way that you describe things. Use creative ways to sell yourself, to sell your product to people so that they can believe in you.
You've given us a lot of tremendous tips, and we appreciate that.
And if you can't convince somebody to believe in you, then you'll never really have a successful product, and only you can actually sell what you believe in. So if you have a dream, master that dream to the best of your ability so that you're able to it blindly to people and people just visualize it. We're visual creatures. So if we can't see it, we're not going to buy it. And especially with funerals, with pre-planning, it's not a tangible thing. You can't touch a funeral.
Right.
You're not going to be able to be able to utilize it until you're gone, and you're not even going to be there to witness it. For me to sell the value of pre-planning to somebody, I have to educate you so that you can see the value in what you're doing is a good thing.
Well, just before we close, tell us how anyone who's interested in contacting you can do that so you could potentially educate them on choices that will be valuable to them. How can they get a hold of you?
Absolutely. They can contact me at the office at 416-265-2652. I can be reached through email at Covenant Funeral Homes, plural, Inc., Covenant Funeral Homes, Inc. @gmail.com, or you can visit us on our website at covenantfuneralhomes.com. We're also on Instagram, Covenant Funeral Homes. We're on Twitter, Covenant FH, F is in funeral home. or FH as in funeral home. And I'm also on Instagram as Lady Covenant as well.
Thank you so much. Well, we were granted a very exclusive interview this evening with Luann Jones, the proud owner, the first black owner of a funeral home, Homes. We appreciate your time this evening. Before we go, I'm just going to tell a short story, which was early in the 2000s. My mom had passed away, and we dealt with a funeral home, and we had this young black lady that looked after us, and I looked at her and I said, she is so professional. She knows what she's doing. She was so caring. And we fast forward 20 years later, and it turned out that that individual that looked after us, her name was Luann Jones. And it so happens that she is now the proud owner of a home. And from personal experience, I can tell you that there was none other individual that I can see that's done as much as she has done over the years. She personally cares for you. She has great empathy. And most of all, she's very professional in what she does. So Luann, I thank you for joining us this evening. And for our viewing audience, we thank you for taking your time to spend with us as well. Have yourself a safe rest of evening. We shall see you next Monday night at 9 p.m. on the Smart Investing Show. Take care. Bye for now.
You can officially download our free Gbkm app from the App Store and the Google Play Store, okay? Now, what is the best thing about this app? Well, it is that you have all of the features from the website that is portable, in your hand, ready to use and ready to go. Now, I'm just gonna guide you through what we have available on our app right now. So here, this is the page where you can watch our live TV, our Gbkm TV. You can watch live, enjoy the shows live. Now, if you go to our tabs, you can check out any shows you missed in the past shows tab, and that takes you to the past shows that have happened in the last week. And if you just scroll down, you can see those past shows in order, chronological order with their dates next to them as well. So if you've missed a show, no worries, just go to the past show tab and you can catch up on your favorite Gbkm entertainment. Going back to our menus tab again, you can check out our upcoming shows so you do not miss any past shows. You can check out our breaking news section, which is our newest section as well, to learn of any breaking news within the diaspora, across the globe, all of that good stuff, so you can stay engaged and up to date on what's going on with our breaking news tab on the Gbkm app, and also available on the website. And as you can see, there are other tabs there. You can listen to our live radio, our live TV. You can learn more about our on-air personalities by going to our
Good morning. Welcome to a special edition of the Omodede Show on Gbkm. This morning we are live on Gbkm. This is not our usual show, but as a community and as a Nigerian, as a woman, and as a journalist, I felt the need to come to you this morning to talk to you about a breaking story that is going on in Lagos, Nigeria. I want to tell you a story about a young boy called Gbkm Olufade. Gbkm Olufade was a journalist. He was a college student. He was a son. He was a colleague. And he was a friend. And he was just 20 years old. On the 23rd of October 2020, Gbkm Olufade went out to do what he loved doing best, what most of us love doing. And young boys like this usually don't tell stories like this, but he felt the need to tell stories of his community, of what is going on in the community during the NSAS protest. That was the last anybody will see of Gbkm Olufade. So I want to show you a little bit of the video, the last video that was shot by this young man.
Me, I don't come here to come speak English. Oh, we just come here to come collect our food. Make this soldier, they make them now say that go carry our food now for COVID-19. It's not meant for this crisis. Please let them allow us to go inside and carry our food. We are busy dying here. Nigerians are dying. We need food to eat. They say this food is for COVID-19 and they prohibit everything in their offices. Please let them come out. Let them allow us to carry our food. The youth are hungry. We are seriously hungry here. This thing is happening in Okoba. Please, the people to tell them. The mobile police officers are there. Tell them to release the gate. Tell them to open the gate. Let us go there and pick. We are fighting for our right. Please, people should tell them. Please, we are Sorosoke. We are tired. We are tired of this government. Please, let them tell them to open that place so that we can take our food. That is what I am after.
That was the last video that Gbkm Olufade shot before he meant his end. And today I have the pleasure of being joined by a grieving mother who is using her voice to seek for justice for his son, for her son. So today I will be joined by Gbkm Olufade's mother from Lagos. I'm going to introduce you to her. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
How are you, ma'am? How are you?
Well done, ma'am.
I just want to say on behalf of the Gbkm TV and on behalf of the latest show, our heart goes out to you. Our condolences, our prayers goes out to your family. First of all, I'm not going to speak English with you today, ma, because I want to make you tell us, for the international community here in Canada, people for everywhere, we never know who your son be. Tell us a little bit about your son.
Well, Lumi is a good boy. He didn't used to fight. He didn't quarrel with anybody. If you see him, you will like him. Anywhere you reach, you must like him, because the way he will play with you, talk to you. If somebody is crying, Pelumi will let that person forget the cry he's crying. He used to play with everybody. I didn't know how to say about, because the boy is, I didn't see the kind of children like that before. I see that the kind of son I have, that he will throw away all the stubbornness I'm suffer, because I'm the one who is taking care of them since when their daddy have left me. I'm just taking care of them from primary to secondary school, from secondary school to higher station, highest. That's what. They have entered that's since last year. All what I do for him is too much for him. I didn't know that the way they will just shut my son down because he's working with Gbkm TV.
Yeah.
That is the way I see Gbkm last.
So, how you take no say when you see your pikin last? How you take no say your pikin? They arrest your pikin. As initially they tell you say na arrest, they arrest them, right?
And that's what they told me. They just tell me that on that Saturday that they have been arrested. That time I didn't have anything. It's only God I have. That is the God I'm crying to. I'm praying all along. I will see Gbkm. I didn't know that is the day that I will see. They will just come and give me the news that Gbkm have died.
So how you take here? How they tell you say your pikin don't die? What did they tell you say you do?
The boy is working with him. They are the one who is going all along to look for him, because they didn't take me along, because they said that the way I'm doing, I cannot follow them. They said I should stay at home. I didn't mind them. Me too, I'm going all along, going to Ikeja. They will say that they didn't arrest anybody. We cannot enter. We cannot do this. After reach a week, they now said that one of the police said that they arrest 5, one are dead, 4 alive. That's what I hear last. My son is not sick. He didn't used to give me trouble. Anything I give to them is they like it.
So
they're okay. All anything I'm giving to them.
So I know say everybody when they cover this story they fear right now because of their life is in danger as well. Nobody is speaking out. Wetin make you dey seek for, wetin make you because you know the people wey kill your son, na make you no one, na make you dey ask for justice, right?
I want to know the person who killed my son because they cannot kill the boy. He's my first month since 20. You know that he's not a small boy now. 20 years old boy. They just kill him like that. He do not do them anything. How they will just kill him like that?
So they not tell you wetin he do when they shoot him. Nobody tell you wetin they tell you
Oh,
say he do.
they didn't tell me what happened. They just shot him. They said that the uniform is on neck. The Gbkm no, the uniform they are using, they are remove it when they are reach there. They said that they didn't see the uniform in his neck. They didn't see the phone. You see that phone he using? They didn't see it. We did not see it. From Abulegba to Ikorodu. It's unfair. They need it's unfair. They just carry him go there. Well, after they shot him, they did not carry him to hospital at all at all. It's not. I didn't think that is immediately the boy dead. I didn't think that is immediately the boy died. They just shot him, carry him to Ikorodu mortuary.
I know the international community, for people that don't know what is going on, that are just joining us. This is Gbkm Olufade's mother, a 20-year-old journalist, a college student who was shot by a special unit of state. The mother is using her voice to seek for justice for her son. Today, I'm speaking with the mother and who is seeking justice. And I know say Gbkm get two sisters. Are they there?
They are here. This is the one is next to Gbkm. Talk now.
Good evening.
How are you?
Good morning. I'm fine.
Tell us something about your brother, Gbkm.
Like, my brother is a gentle boy. He does not fight with anybody. He's calm. Because he's a gentle boy.
So you understand wetin happen now? You understand wetin happen now?
Yes. I'm not a small girl anymore.
So how are you handling the death of your brother?
It's painful. It's painful.
Where is the other sister?
I'm just catching up. I don't know how to.
Where is the other sister? How are you?
Good evening, ma.
How are you, my dear?
Fine, ma.
What's your name? Can you tell us your name?
Ma. My name is Bonifade Baby.
How old are you?
I am 10 years.
10 years old. That's the younger sister to Gbkm Olufade, who was shot by the police. So how are you people getting by? How are you getting help right now as a family? I understand he was really a big help in your family.
We thank God, my church people. We thank God, the church I'm going to, they didn't take me granted. They are used to try with me. Both the pastor, both the members, they are trying. I thank God because I cannot do anything because the way I'm just to cry all that long. I just remember Gbkm, I'm not okay.
So I understand they haven't given you the custody of your son's body. So what are they saying about releasing his body to you?
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. Ma?
I understand that they haven't released, they never released his body to you. So waiting and tell you now why they never released the body.
We have it's in court now because a lawyer is working about it because they cannot keep my son to go away like that because because I'm the one who is take care of them since 10 years ago when their daddy has left me to know how to eat, to go to school, to be in life. It just come from nowhere. The boy is innocent because if you see him, he's not the hooligans boy, he's not arrogant because he didn't do anything. The school he went, they didn't bring the report from the school for me. That's why I'm thanking God because God is used to take care of them.
So you don't get any help? You don't get any help from the government? Have you gotten any help from the government?
They did not show anything. Lawyer is working with them. They are not speak to lawyer. No, what lawyer told me that he's working with it. I have not heard about it.
Okay, so I know
they write in dead in mortuary. They write on no cause. On no cause, that's what they write on the mortuary on his body.
I know the case is already in court. Waiting and they talk for court now. What are they saying?
I didn't hear about it. I've not heard anything about it. The boy is still there. They didn't talk anything about it. Sanwo-Olu and Buhari have not said anything about it.
As I know, Nigeria is full of a lot of great organizations. You don't get any help from any NGO for Nigeria? Has any NGO in Nigeria reached out to you?
They didn't come with me. I hear some people come and greet me. They told me that Faji FM talk about it. Some Arise have come, Punch have carried it. They come and meet me. They have carried it.
So,
not in our Lagos, we didn't have government. We didn't have government at all, at all. That's the way they are killing many children when their parents still looking for them. They didn't know maybe they are dead or they are still alive. It's only God said that we will hear about this Pelumi. We will just be looking for him all along. We won't know that they have killed him and go and throw it somewhere. It's only God. It's only God, though. Because they know the people who is trouble all along. This boy, if you see him in life, you know that he's not a hooligan's boy. He's not a. God is be with him all along. They just shot him and kill him like that.
I know you have raised this young man to be, from what we have seen from his work at the TV station, Boa TV station, that he is an incredible young man that have worked tirelessly and love telling stories with his camera, with his phone. And as a mother right now, you get any group when they help you grieve right now? Do you have any family? Because I know you are not at home. They took you from out of your house because they say you want to poison yourself. Where are you staying right now?
I've come back to my house because of my little children to go to school because where I'm there is far away from their school. That's why I come home. I'm at home now.
You are at home now. So if you are joining today, we are appealing to all the international community to heed to a mother's cry for justice for her son. So if you are just joining us, we are talking.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're listening from in the world. My name is Jacqueline Dixon, and you're tuned in to the Ordinary People Show. Ordinary people can do extraordinary things. And we're broadcasting live from Toronto, Canada, powered by Gbkm Tv network. I'm in studio this morning. Fantastic, brisk Saturday morning. T-dot, but we're so grateful. We're so grateful, and maybe we ought to thank global warming. I'm not quite sure who we should thank for this good weather, but one thing I can assure you is we have no snow, the sun is shining, and we're still able to move around the city regardless of the newly imposed measures, lockdown measures that our premier has shared with us yesterday in regards to COVID-19. And restrictions. Ladies and gentlemen, please play it safe. Let's work together with this issue that we have on our hands. The finish line is near, and I can see that going into 2021, it's going to be a completely different story. So Gbkm TV Era Communications urges you to help to reduce the spread of COVID-19 by always wearing a mask where social distancing is not allowed. Now, once again, guys, today's Saturday, of course, where I'm live in studio. I'm always excited to talk to my ordinary people, listeners and viewers, and got a few of my diehards out there that are so excited about my topic of discussion today for those who follow me on social media. One for me. We're not going to be talking politics. We're not going to be talking all that hardcore stuff that I would normally bring forward. I want to talk about some fun things, but then something that can be extremely lucrative and rewarding for those individuals who want to take this episode and the information contained next level. Before I share with you the information about today's topic and my featured guest, let me, of course, start with my pleasantries, as I always do. First of all, we'd like to thank our sponsor for allowing us to be on air today. That sponsor is New Era Communications. New Era Communications is a professional sales training company dedicated to providing sales training to up-and-coming entrepreneurs and sales professionals. Is your sales team struggling with the sales process? Would you like to generate revenue? Contact neweracommunications.ca. Of course, New Era Communications is also the company that produces and brings to you the yearly speakers symposium called Meet the Motivators, celebrating women in leadership. Look out for MTM 2K21 coming soon. Ladies and gentlemen, before we take our quick commercial break today, because I'm excited to get talking with my two guests, which I have in the wings, let me give you a little bit of insight as to where I'm going to be taking you today. I want you to go grab your coffee or grab your bottle of water, or better yet, grab a glass of wine. It's after 12 o'clock on the Eastern time zone. And sit back and get comfortable, because I'm going to whisk you away. I'm going to whisk you away to a sunny, beautiful, tropical island known as the Jewel of the Caribbean. That would be none other than West Indies. We're going to be talking about dream homes. We're going to be talking about real estate purchases. We're going to be talking about vacation properties, or we're just going to be talking about a vacation just to take a vacation for the sake of having a vacation. We all need one right about now with the COVID-19 issues that we've been dealing with for 2020. So I want you to sit back. It's going to be quite educational. I'm excited. I've got two fantastic gentlemen waiting for me right after the break. So I want you to sit back. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back after this quick commercial break.
Hello, my name is Ryan Knight, the co-founder and executive director of the Afro-Caribbean Business Network Foundation. I am here excited to announce the new microloan program that we have put together. With the support of Alterna Savings Credit Union and the partnership of SETC, Empowered Forex, and the Dream Legacy Foundation, we're going to be helping more entrepreneurs of African and Caribbean heritage get access to funding and help with their grant writing. Please visit our website, acbncanada.com, to learn more if you're an entrepreneur that's in need of funding, or if you would love to support this organization. Hello, my name is
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Ordinary People Show. My name is Jacqueline Dixon, and I'm your host here each and every Saturday from 12:30 to 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. Today's topic of discussion, what a It's all about Jamaica, West Indies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me kind of set the stage for you a little bit so you can understand what we're going to be chatting about today. So for those of you who do know me on a personal level or who follow me on social media, you will know that I just recently came back from Jamaica a few months ago, in which case it was personal and as well as business matters that had to be dealt with there. And every time, I hadn't been to Jamaica in quite some time. It's been a few years since I've been back, but I do travel there every so often because it is my heritage. It's my background. I am a Jamaican Canadian. Although I'm on the Canadian side, I was raised in a Jamaican household with Jamaican parents and the Jamaican culture that I learned to appreciate so very much. While I am on the island, I always like to experience the best of what I call both worlds. I want to visit the cultural homes of my parents, of course, and what you'd call the district that they come from, or the parish. I always wanted that experience. But I also want the experience from the eyes of a tourist, being that I've not been raised in Jamaica and I've never schooled myself in Jamaica. I also have a different, I look at Jamaica through a different lens. So because I look at Jamaica through a different lens, it's really important for me to be able to experience both sides of the coin. And what does that boil down to? That means that I gotta get away. I make time to get away, and I go to an area that I absolutely love, which is called the North Coast. While in the North Coast, the spot that I'm most in love with is called and Ocho Rios is a beautiful vacation area on the North Coast, right next to the sea, and it allows me to see Jamaica from a completely different perspective, one that I have fallen in love with, and I ensure that every time I go there, I try to get of an experience that is different from the last. So for those of you who've ever visited Jamaica before, you'll know that, of course, when you go to the North Coast, we're talking places like Ocho Rios or Negril. There are a lot of vacation hotels there that are very, very famous, Sandals being one of them. I've had that experience. Wonderful establishment, not going to knock it in any way, shape, or form. But I've also experience of staying in villas, in which case these are private residences where you would rent for the time period that you're there, and they can come equipped with all sorts of amenities. They might come equipped depending on your choice or your interest. You would maybe equip it with or chefs, all of these types of things, and depending on what your interests or needs are for the time period that you're there, you can simply stack the deck to whatever level of enjoyment that you would like to experience. What I have found is that the experience for me that works best is the villas. I love staying in villas because it allows me to have still control over my day. I can go in and out when I want to, and I can hire, well, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Listen, here's what we're going to be doing here. Let me get my guests on here. So the last trip that I made to Jamaica, I stayed in an absolutely exquisite gated community in Ocho Rios called Richmond Estates. And I absolutely fell in love with this area. I fell in love with this area for so many the architecture, but the amenities, the location, the proximity to the beach, and all of the other tourist destination or tourist attractions. Everything was absolutely, in my mind, in my view, perfect. I fell so much in love with it. I came back to Canada and thought to myself, you know what? I've got to get a that, and I want to have a piece of it going forward. How can I be able to go back to this community and maybe make it a part of my life on a yearly basis or whatever way I could? So what I did was I got in touch with the developers, and they were so gracious. I wanted to tell them how together this area was. I got in touch with the developers, and they were gracious. They had a great conversation with me, and I told them that I would love to showcase this community on my upcoming show, Ordinary People Can Do Extraordinary Things. And they were very, very good about allowing me to do so. So what I'd like to do now is introduce one of my two guests today, and we're going to talk about vacation in Jamaica, particularly Richmond Estates. We're going to talk about how one can acquire vacation homes in Jamaica, and we're going to talk about the financing, if necessary, that can be acquired. We're going to talk about the amenities of Richmond, and we're going to talk about the dream, the vision of this community. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you a gentleman by the name of Steve Bennett. And Steve Bennett is the Managing Director of Richmond Estates. Good morning, Steve. How are you? I think you're muted, Steve. Take yourself off of mute, please.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, wonderful. Good morning. How are you?
I'm excited to hear of your wonderful experience at our and I'm really delighted that you have decided to share it with all of Canada and the world. And I would be very, very happy to see you get your own piece of the rock.
And I'll be extremely happy as well.
And I'd love to help you to pick out the right spot.
Oh, thank you. Steve, listen, so I was rambling on and on and on there, and I thought I had to just kind of grab myself and say, hey, you've got the two best guys waiting to chat with the listeners and viewers, so stop taking up their time. So, Steve, listen, let's lay the foundation for the listeners, whether they're watching it live or they're watching this on a rerun. You are the Managing Director of Richmond Estates. Can you tell us a little bit about your position and what it entails, please?
Okay, so primarily, just to give you a backdrop of how we came about, Richmond is the brainchild of a dream from our chairman, Lee Issa. Now, Lee is the principal shareholder and is also principal shareholder in several other hotel properties. Now, Lee was driving through a housing development and somewhere in Montego Bay, and he called me. He said, Steve, I'm driving through this place, and all I'm looking at is concrete. It's not the nicest environment for a family or, people to grow up in. So he started dreaming. He said, I think we can do better. And so I sat on the phone with Lee for 2 hours while he chiseled out his dream. He wanted to create a place that was not just a concrete structure, but a complete community that had good amenities, good security, all the works. And so I dropped it. But several weeks after, he came back again, 2 more hours of talking about it. And then he said, Steve, I want you to be the guy to put this together for me. I looked at him and I said, anyway, took on the challenge. And 15 years ago, we put together a team, engineers, architects, planners, and we started planning. And in a detailed way, we went about establishing just what we'd like to do. At the center of our plan was to raise the bar. We wanted to raise the bar on what a modern housing development should look and feel like in Jamaica. And I'm happy to hear you say that based on your visit, we have accomplished that. So that is in essence the background of where we're from and how it came about and what we have done. Now, what our global plan was to put together an entire community. We wanted to have everything you need in that spot. So we'd have the relevant parks, we'd have pools, we'd have everything. And then to the front of the property, we'll have a nice designated commercial space. We'll have a health center, supermarket, everything you need so that you can just walk out of the gated community and then you are right into the commercial space.
Okay, Steve, we're not going to give that all away because we have videos and we have photos to show the listeners and viewers. So once we actually unveil those, then you can reiterate what you have just said, because I think it'll make more sense once they see a little bit about what we're talking about, and then you can share. But yeah, I want them to be able to get the clear visual of what you are saying. And wow, isn't it amazing how these dreams can come together? I've had that experience, that kind of euphoria experience where a dream takes me over, and you're looking for that person to share that dream with, and it's got to be the right person. It's got to be the right person, because we can make a mistake in our dreams with the wrong people, and therefore it can't manifest. Whoever you're sharing that dream with should be a person who has a vested interest in your success. And obviously you were the right person that is it Lee? Lee reached out to that day, and look where we are today. Fantastic. So I want to introduce my second guest, who is on the line as well with us. Now, Steve, just to be clear for our listeners and viewers, you're in Jamaica right now, correct?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, fantastic. Ooh, wow, wish we were there. You guys are getting some tropical weather right now, but I'm sure that'll pass. But I'm sure things regardless are still pretty nice as far as weather conditions are concerned.
That is correct. Green.
Okay, nice and green, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce my second featured guest today, and he's waiting in the wings, and he's going to be the glue that's going to kind of put this all together for us, for people like myself, for people like you who might be living in North America, particularly Canada, and want to put this all together. This is a gentleman that has the glue to bind everything together for us. And I want to introduce you to him. His name is Emil. Emil Spence, and Emil Spence is an executive with JN, which is Jamaica National Bank. And ladies and gentlemen, if we can just take a moment to say hello. Good afternoon, Mr. Emil Spence. How are you?
Hi, Jacqueline. Good afternoon to you and your listeners. I'm fine. Enjoying your splendid weather.
Now, just to be clear, Emil is here with us in Canada. Okay, so Emil is here with us in Canada, and and it is splendid weather, Emil, because you were here a year ago, right?
Yes.
Okay, so a year ago today, we actually had snow.
Right, that's correct.
So we're doing pretty good. So Emil, I just want to introduce your background to the listeners and viewers just a little bit so that they can get an appreciation for who you are and what you're here to accomplish. You've served with Jamaica National Building Society in several capacities in 37 years of sterling service. And one of your responsibilities is strengthening the relationship with the bank's customers in Canada. And that's a priority for you, my understanding is. And as a senior executive, you have played a crucial role in the growth of the bank's portfolio, particularly in establishments of JNBS representative offices in the United Kingdom, the United States of America, and Canada, and the expansion of its remittance services, which is JN International Money Transfer. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah. Oh.
I'm sorry, we lost you for a little bit.
I'm back now in Canada, Jackie.
Pardon me?
No, I said yes, and I'm back now in Canada. I started here in 1991, establishing the Canadian representative office here. And I'm now back as the chief representative officer in Canada.
Fantastic. So why I say that you're the glue that puts this interview or this show together is for this reason. So we're going to now take a visual walk through the community. My producer is going to cue up some images of this fantastic community that I fell in love with. And I know that there are a number of people, it's going to be the video, that's what we're going to queue up in just a second. And I know that my listeners and viewers that are here in Canada, maybe even in the United States, doesn't matter where they're from, they're going to want to know, how does one a property such as this, if possible, if they are not a Jamaican resident actually living in Jamaica. And we're going to need you to walk us through that to see if it's even possible, and you can tell us the steps involved, okay? So Steve and Emil, let's take a look at this wonderful video that is on the Richmond Estates website. Go ahead, please.
Imagine acres of timeless beauty, where the mountains and land seem to touch the sky, perfectly located on Jamaica's north coast. The natural aesthetics complemented with 24-hour security and amenities for all is now available at Richmond St. Anne. With the perfect blend of country charm and urban convenience, our modern, eco-friendly residential gated community hosts our exquisitely designed 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom patio.
I'm Lisa, Chairman of Richmond Development. Come home to Richmond and share in the best piece of real estate located along Jamaica's scenic north coast.
Come home to Richmond, the place where you can start a new life story. Visit us online at richmondjamaica.com. We're not selling a home, we're selling a lifestyle.
Wow. Every time I see that video, I'm just like ready to head out to the airport. I'm just so ready to leave this place. Okay, so Emil, before we get to you now, let's go back to Steve. Steve, so this is, go ahead, Steve.
No, I'm listening to your question. Go ahead.
What a wonderful, it's a great video, beautiful landscape. I mean, there's so many things to talk about this community, but one of the things that hits me immediately upon driving through this long entrance, okay, to the gated area where you've got two, the gated entrance has got actually two sides to it. There's one side for visitors, and then there's one side for residents. So you can't even enter this area without going through a check. And these guys are serious there, okay? You just can't just drive up and think they're going to open up that gate. No. You need to do some talking if you're not a resident there, and they need to know how many people are in that car, and they need to take a good look at them. And I really appreciated that, and that before that gate opens up, and you drive into this beautifully landscaped. So go ahead, Steve. Tell us a little bit more now about the amenities.
Okay, so when we first conceptualized Richmond, it was to be one huge block of houses of about 1,000 units. And then we were to have some apartments, 122 apartments, and 40 townhouses, 22 bedroom, 24 bedroom. But then we thought, we don't want to cram so many people in one space. So we decided to break the spaces up and create 3 gated communities for our 3-bedroom patio homeowners. And that has worked out splendidly. And the first one we did, we called it the Palms. Mm-hmm. This was our first crack at it, and we put in a nice pool and clubhouse, a nice park, we call it Tranquility Park, nice kiddies play area, and different little spots that you can go just to relax when you come home from work, And just when you want to get out of the house and be in a safe space. And it may be useful for me to, at this time, bring tribute to my landscaper, a gentleman by the name of Alvin Surgeon. Unfortunately, Alvin passed away about 2 years ago. But Alvin was the man who decided where every plant went, what every landscape area should look like. So what he did, he created the first thing in our first block, and we replicated it. And we went to our second gated community that we call Cool Shade, because it's nice up on the hill and it's cooler there. And we replicated it one more time in our third gated community that we call the Crest. And that's where we're working now. We have also done the apartments, 122 two-bedroom units. And those are all sold. We may have one left. And we're just about now getting ready to do the townhouses, 2 and 4 bedroom townhouses. But with everything we do, it's amenities, parks, recreational areas for families. That's one of the big driver project.
You're absolutely correct, and I want to emphasize as well that this
Yeah, I'll reach home 2:15.
This development has currently 3 ongoing projects. Am I correct? Or 2 of them are completed, and you're in the 3rd phase. The phase that I was in was called the Crest, and we've got some images of the property to show on the interior as well. But I was in the Crest. Is one of the beautiful things. Yes, so look at this beautiful image here of one of the properties inside of the Crest. And they were beautiful 3-bedroom homes. The square footage, probably, I don't know, 1,100, 1,200 square feet.
1,468.
Pardon me?
1,468 square feet.
Okay, so about 1,400 square feet.
Yeah.
And they've got 2 bathrooms, beautiful landscaped exterior as well, carport, laundry room, open concept living, dining, and a kitchen. They've got quartz countertops. The home that I was in was even more posh than that one. That really done it up some bit, but it's absolutely stunning. The reason why I'm saying that is because those type of features, those type of features are the type of features that are really big here in North America. Quartz countertops, 24 by 24 inch porcelain tile, 2 bathrooms, en suites with double sinks, and huge ceiling fans, and it's just amazing. Laundry rooms, carports, and top of the line appliances and such of that nature. So these were some of the features, and maybe we can show just a few more features of the interior, because I really want them to get an appreciation. This is the extra. So this is the Crest, and this is the porch. We'd consider that the porch or the veranda in this area, and maybe we'll just go. Those are some features in. Okay, so we don't. And the bedroom, of course, and these are some features in the area that we'll talk about in a little bit. But as far as the home itself goes, the Crest, you're saying that that's approximately 1,500 square feet, and that's in the 3rd development. And can you tell us what type of price point we'd be looking at for this property?
So those units we have selling now, we're selling for $260,000 US for this particular 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom on an average lot size of 5,000 square feet. And if you're lucky to get a corner unit, which is hard and scarce, that sells for $280,000 US. It comes with a little bit more land space and a little nicer appointing. But those are hard to come by.
$280,000. So now I want to bring Emil into the conversation now. So it looks like we're talking about properties that are ranging anywhere from 260 up to say 280,000, 5,000 square feet in total. And again, we've got more pictures, but not enough to complement the properties. So we're talking US dollars for these properties. And if an individual in Canada wanted to purchase a property, we would have to convert that to Canadian dollars. Am I correct?
Well, that depends on how he wants to take out the loan, because he can apply for a US loan, he can apply for a Canadian loan, he can apply for a Jamaican loan. It all depends on his source of income and how he's going to fund it.
I see. Okay, so the first question though is, can a person other than a Jamaican resident purchase a property such as this and mortgage it?
Yes, they can.
I see. Okay, tell us how one about doing that. What's the process?
Well, the first thing is that as an applicant, they would have to apply to JN. We would facilitate. I should explain that here in Canada, the representative office, we are not a deposit-taking institution. We don't give loans here. We don't take deposits here. We don't open accounts here. Everything we do is facilitating transactions in Jamaica. So you come to us, we provide you with the information and assist you, provide that gateway to Jamaica, where everything is processed in Jamaica. And we are the liaison with that. So what had happened is that the applicant would first come to find out what are the things he or she they would need to get a pre-approval prior to actually engaging with Steve and Richmond. They would get from us a pre-approval by providing us with certain information, the ability to service the mortgage, the fact that they have a job, etc., satisfying us with just preliminary documentation we will ask them for. And once submitted, then a review will be done of that information and then offered, if we are satisfied, this also includes a credit report. If we are satisfied via Jamaica that this person can support a mortgage, then what we'll do is give them approval that they qualify to get 1 million Jamaican, 1 million Canadian, 1 million, whatever the currency that they're applying for. And that is where they would now go and negotiate the purchase for Richmond, right? Because he would be satisfied that he has a buyer who can fund it because he knows where the mortgage is coming from. So even though the person lives in Canada and works in Canada, they can buy the property in Jamaica through us.
Okay, so that's making things a little more.
And Steve has quite a number of those, I'm sure he can tell you.
Oh,
Okay,
he
yes.
does, eh? Okay, Steve, yeah, elaborate on that for us, please, Steve.
So once Emil Steve says, yes, Jackie is good to go, you call me up and I say to you, whatever you agreed with Emil, is he going to do a 95% financing? Is he going to do 90? Or standard things that we ask for 15% deposit. But
Okay, so slow it down. So what I'm hearing is JN can finance up to 95% of
Right.
the loan.
Yes.
And you, as the developer, generally ask for buyers to place a minimum of 15% down.
That is correct. But if Emil calls me or sends me a note to say, I'm going to finance 95%, I will say to you, go ahead and make a deposit to me of 5%.
Right.
Then I will generate a sale agreement for you, which you will sign, and you send a copy of that along with some other documents to Emil. Emil will then prepare a letter of undertaking that he sends back to me to say, don't worry about Jackie Steve, we're going to pay you 95% once you give me a practical completion certificate. And once that's done, we block the lot for you, we build a lot. Our deal is mainly pre-construction arrangements. So we take the deposits and 8 to 10 months after, we have the lot ready, and then we get the we get the PCC out, and then we send it over to Emil, and then Emil will pay us and release your mortgage, and you come and get your keys and start enjoying life at the Crest.
Okay. This is pre-construction, so the buyer is involved right from the get-go, from the whole from the building phase of your particular home. So you're buying the empty, and then you will then customize the home that would be built on that on that lot to my satisfaction. Am I correct?
No. Let me make that extremely clear. We have, because people have different tastes, and we want to make sure that we have a taste that is acceptable to most. We have standardized for build-outs. So like the units are made from a form, which is a precasted system. We have two. We have a left-hand side one and a right-hand side one, which you can get your patio on the left hand or on the right. But the unit structure is the same. Now, you can do anything you want to do on the inside, but because we want the community to have the same standard look and feel, we have established what the colors are going to be on the exterior walls and what the roof color is going to be. You cannot change anything external, but you can do anything you want to do internally. On the inside. Yes.
Okay, so you have a uniformed look, and that's probably why it's just so attractive. There's a uniformed look on the exteriors of the homes, and on the interior, I can choose to put up a wall or take down a wall or change my countertops, or I can reconfigure to a certain extent on the inside. But there are some standard features that these homes come with, and one of them I noticed is quartz countertops and 24 by 24 inch porcelain tiles. The Crest is an open concept. We'll have some more photos in a little bit, but thank you for clarifying that. So Emil, more information now. So are there any, buying homes, buying a property in the Caribbean, there's all sorts of various different options. I mean, there's many islands there that you can purchase homes, and some islands have different criteria than others. Does Jamaica have any stringent criteria where non-residents are concerned? Because I know in Canada we have a foreign buyer's tax here, and do you have anything such like that in Jamaica?
I'm not aware of a foreign buyer's tax. Because all the relevant taxes relating to purchasing a property would be applicable to that individual.
Okay, so they're buying using the same criteria as a Jamaican resident would.
Yeah.
They are. Okay, wonderful. Now let's talk about the debt service ratio.
The only thing, just add a little thing.
Yes, please go ahead.
One very important thing to note is that up to TRN, because you can't do any transaction with Mr. or anything legal unless you have your TRN.
And that's standard for everybody.
Yes.
So the overseas applicant would have to get a TR eventually. He or she would start the process using their Social Security details.
Right.
But once they know sort of get involved in the transaction, they have to get their TRN, which is a tax registration number. There's also another requirement, but again, it's for everybody, where you have to indicate whether or not you are a U.S. connected person. So you'd have to complete a form that you are either U.S. or not a U.S. connected person.
Now, what does that mean, U.S. connected person? What does that mean?
It relates to the fact that you are not a U.S. citizen, or if you are a U.S. citizen, or somebody who has U.S. connections, then you have to declare, if you have investments in Jamaica, you have to declare that.
I see. But for Canadians, it's not not that
Well,
way?
they would just say that they are not connected. So they would just sign a form that says they are not connected. They are not a U.S. connected person.
Okay, great. Now, you know what, Emil, I'm really liking this 5% or potentially 15%. That seems very reasonable to me. But what is the criteria for qualifications? I mean, we live in Canada. We have our own cost of living to deal with here in Canada. Do you use the exact same ratios for a vacation home as you would for a resident here in Canada, or is it a little bit more flexible?
No, well, we use the debt surfacing ratio should be in the region of about 50%. But however, what we would need is all the information. We will prepare what is called a statement of affairs for you. So you would need to supply all the information here that relates to your expenses, etc. So we can arrive at your ability to service a mortgage. And this is what I mean. When you complete the customer information form and provide us with all the information, then we do an assessment to say, okay, based on your commitments and your obligations, you could only afford a mortgage of X. So what it means is that you may need to find more than the 15% if you want a Richmond house, because you can't get an 80 or a 95% mortgage. Based on what you provide us with, you may be able to only qualify for a 70% or a 50%. So you'd have to find more of your own personal funds towards the purchase.
Is it fair to say that money talks and you know what walks? I mean, because here's why I'm saying that. There are some individuals that have healthy down deposits, but maybe their debt ratio isn't that fantastic, or maybe their overall beacon score for the credit report isn't that great, but they've got a healthy down payment. Do you close a blind eye to that? And the reason is because there are a number of investment properties that foreigners or Jamaican nationals will want to buy for the purpose of even generating income from them, because they cannot be there all year round. So they will use them, like the villa that I was in, I assume, to income. Do you take that into consideration, the potential income?
What we look at is purpose for acquisition as well, because conditions are more favorable and the terms are more favorable, especially related to interest rates, if it is going to be what is called an owner-occupied residence. If it's going to be an investment property, then you will find that the interest rate may be more and the assessment may be a little more, because we're going to be depending on maybe rental income as a source of support for your monthly payment. Therefore, an assessment would have to be made on that. So the risk is greater. So it will affect how we factor that loan.
Okay. All right, very good, very good. Now, last thing I want to say before we take a quick commercial break and come back to Steve, I want to look at some of the features and the amenities within the area. There is this rumor, I don't know where it came from, that Jamaicans cannot get mortgages past the age of 60. Now, or Jamaica doesn't give mortgages to individuals over the age of 60. I don't know where that came from, but that's kind of this thing, this rumor that's going around, and therefore it doesn't make it very attractive for Jamaican nationals or individuals living abroad to buy one of these properties if they can't get a mortgage on it in their retirement years. Can you share a little bit? Is that true at all?
There is a upper limit in relation to age 60, because that is the retirement age. But if you can prove that you have the ability to service a mortgage beyond that, and you provide us with that and we are satisfied, it could help in your getting a mortgage. What we encourage persons who are of that age or older, we would not deprive them of getting a mortgage, but we ask that a younger person be also added to it. So that, because, if somebody, to simplify it, you're 60, you're at retirement, then your income is now limited. So you couldn't take out that 60 or 20 or 30-year mortgage.
I see. So you encourage an individual in those in that age group to put a younger person on title along with themselves, so that the mortgage, the amortization can be
Patient is longer
because you want
and
to
more
improve.
comfortable.
The amortization is what is going to determine what your monthly costs are.
Right. That's correct. That's correct.
Very, very important. That's a key
That's
one.
correct.
That's a big one. Okay, good stuff. Listen, we're guys. I love the fact that you're here feeding us with all this information. I've got a couple more questions, of course, for you before the interview wraps up. We're going to take a very short commercial break. We're going to talk about some of the tourist attractions within Ocho Rios and take a closer look at the property once again. Thank you so much. On the Ordinary People Show today, I'm with Steve Bennett and Emil Spence, and we're talking about Richmond Estates in the beautiful, beautiful parish of Ocho Rios, Jamaica.
Indeed.
Tupper Consulting is a global education consultancy. We provide pretty intensive short training courses that help people gain leadership, strategic, and technical skills, high in-demand skills as project management, business analysis, software quality assurance, IT service management, agile, etc.
My name is Angela and I'm a business analyst. A good friend of mine introduced me to Top Run. He had taken the course before and he thought it would be a good idea for me to try it out. At the time, I was looking to change my career and just get a little bit more knowledgeable on how to be a business analyst.
I want to
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Ordinary People Show. My name is Jacqueline Dixon. And if you're just tuning in, today's special guests are in the wings waiting to come back on air. But I want to thank you so much for tuning in today to this very, very interesting and special topic that I'm excited to bring for you. Dream Homes in a Dreamland. And the topic of discussion is buying that dream home. Have you ever thought about owning a dream home or a vacation property? And where in the Caribbean, have you ever thought about what island you would choose? Or what about if you're a Jamaican national? There's over 250,000 Jamaicans here in Ontario, in Toronto, Canada, never mind. And it's the largest group of Caribbeans in Canada, and a lot of them do travel back and forth between Canada and Jamaica for vacation reasons, but some of them would like to also start thinking about settling down in their retirement years. And for most of us, what we've been told in Canada is that Florida is the place to go. Well, you know what? There are other places that have very great climate, warm climates that you can go as well. And I want to introduce you to an area that I so much enjoy every time I visit the island of Jamaica, which is called Ocho Rios. And Ocho Rios, Jamaica is where I fell in love with this fantastic gated community called Richmond Estates, in which case they are developing custom-built homes there, and they have 4 communities. They are just completing right now the community that I stayed in, which is called the Crest, and it is right near the sea, and it's near all of these fantastic featured destination spots that really attract me to Ocho Rios every single time. So we're just going to take a quick look at some of the tourist attractions for Ocho Rios for those of you who've never been. In this scene right now, what you're looking at is a picture of Dunn's River Falls. Oh my God. Dunn's River, and maybe you guys can help me on this one. Dunn's River Falls is that go-to place that every single solitary time I'm in Ocho Rios, I have to go there. This was considered at one point one of the 7 wonders of the world. Is it still one of the 7 wonders of the world? Steve or Emil, can you correct me on that if I'm wrong?
Remains an amazing place. It's like easily the center of St. Anne. It's a place that probably is most talked about. And am I right, Emil?
Let's get a picture back.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
It's possibly the most popular place on the North Coast.
Oh my
God. As a destination.
And how much do you know about Dunn's River Falls? These are natural. This is natural spring water. Am I correct? That just
Yeah, it's
comes
natural.
out.
It's a natural flow.
It's a natural flow that comes out of the rocks, and it's never ending. It never ceases, and the power that it comes with, the force that it comes out of these rocks with, is amazing. So the idea here, guys, when you're in Ocherius and you want to visit Dunn's River Falls, is you got to take the climb. So it's all about the experience of climbing up the falls, and then finding your way down, of course, and that's a workout in itself. But it's an experience you will absolutely never forget. A huge tourist attraction, and I would agree is probably one of the biggest tourist attractions in the North Coast. Another place that I love to visit is Margaritaville. And for those individuals who are in Canada, North America particularly, you might remember Jimmy Buffett's song, "Wasting My Time Away in Margaritaville." Well, this is what he was talking about. He's talking about Margaritaville, which is, again, located in Ocherius, and a fantastic spot for dining and entertainment. Absolutely stunning place to have a great evening with friends and family there as well. I don't know if we've got some more attraction areas there as well. Oh, of course, and what about the shops? Oh my God. The experience of walking into one of the local vendors in the North Coast and seeing all the colors, the vibrant colors of Jamaica just popping out. You just want to buy everything that you see, of course, but you can see for yourself. It's quite the experience. And of course, the Bob Marley Museum is there as well. There are a number of other attractions. Maybe Steve, if I missed any, you can tell us. Go ahead.
If I could share with you, I mean, in this general locale of Dunn's River, you have Dolphin Cove, which is another...
Dolphin's Cove, yes.
You can go and swim with the dolphins and tell them hello and have fun with them. Then you can go across the road, really close by to Mystic Mountain, and they will zip you across the mountain up into the hills on zip lines and all kind of scary stuff to get the most amazing view of the harbor. Just across from Richmond, there is Chucker Cove, and they do almost everything. They're horseback riding, all kind of interesting things. And you go further up to Exchange, you have rafting. You go up to a place called Blue Hole, they have zip line. There's just so many things that happens in this parish. It is the heart of our tourist attraction. When you come here, I can easily understand why you want to be there.
Yeah, easily. And don't forget the jerk chicken, okay? And the barbecue chicken. And
yeah, I was going to tell you, you can't leave out the food.
No. I'm telling you. Well, I tell you something. I could spend an hour and a half. Well, there's too many features. There's too many attractions to talk about. But the reason why I zoom in on Ochi, again, it's a personal favorite of mine. It's the location that I feel at home. And it's the location that never, it's just the gift that keeps on giving. There's so much to do. But I want to talk about also the gated community and the fact that you don't even have to really leave the Richmond Estates to have a good time. During the period of time that I was there, each development, Steve, if I'm correct, has its own cabana. It has a pool, beautiful pool, and a lot of pictures with me at the pool, and a lot of pictures with me. Actually, I went to Little Dunn's, but with me standing under the waterfalls and all that. But I didn't want to scare my viewers and listeners by showing them those pictures. But
one more interesting thing with you. One of the things that we did, Lee and myself, is that because we bought an area where we set up a beach club so that every as a house in Richmond is entitled to go to this beach. They are permanent members because of this beach club. So you just go and have your swim, and it's located 5 minutes away from the property, so it's not far. And it's nicely appointed and nicely set up, and our people who are bought are having such a great time. You struggle to find a spot on a Saturday to get to go here.
Right, the private beach, absolutely. And then again, you know, with the pool, the cabana, music going, you've got golf, you've got tennis, you've got playgrounds, and they're right in and on the property inside this beautifully gated community. And I love the names of the street. There's a street called Papaya, then there's Cassava, and
that came from my landscaper, Alvin, the one who regretted it last 2 years ago.
Fantastic. So guys, of course, I'd love to keep you on for another hour and a half. We're going to wind down the show now, but I just want to have a final comment from both of you. I'm going to start with Emil. I want you to break it down really simple. What would you encourage any of us Jamaican nationals, whether we're in Canada, whether and what about other, not just Jamaicans, but Toronto's a melting pot, as you know, Emil. We've got a large African community here as well. They're growing very, very, and they're making big waves here in Toronto. What would you encourage any Canadian resident to look into as far as potentially living on the island of Jamaica in one of these gated communities, particularly Richmond? What would you encourage us to do?
Richmond is a prime example of what you'll be looking for. The comfort, the feeling of security, as well as having everything provided for, and you can relax. And you can multiply that effect into other areas, but Richmond is a good starting point. Because in Jamaica, what is happening now is that our own Jamaicans and even Jamaicans in the diaspora are losing out, owning a part of Jamaica to other nationals because they see the prize that Jamaica is. You started out by saying it's the jewel of the Caribbean. And it is the jewel in many, many ways. Our culture, our people, our entertainment, our food, our tourist attractions, all make up this jewel which shines beautifully. And you shouldn't lose sight of that. It is something that you need to get into. It's a good investment opportunity for those who are so minded and not swayed by emotion. If you want to make a good investment, then you have that possibility to do it in Jamaica. Real estate prices are holding and rising, so it's a good investment. Those who got into Richmond 15 years ago are quote-unquote millionaires now by real estate value.
Yes, they are.
So the longer you wait, it's the more it's going to cost you to get into this opportunity. So it is good to get in there. And the whole real estate, as you know, is an appreciating asset. It moves with inflation, so the risks are very minimal, if not zero. And Jamaica is paradise. Be a part of it.
I love it. I love it so much, Emil, and you're absolutely correct. That's the one area I didn't touch on, the fact that you can't buy a house. Richmond has been a huge investment opportunity for so many people because the price, the return on investment, absolutely outstanding. Congratulations to the developers. So Steve, I'll conclude the interview with us today by leaving us with some advice for those of us who are stuck in the cold here. Give us some advice as to how we can own or what we should think about when we think about potentially relaxing in the islands and coming home.
Is that the folks in Canada, this vision way ahead of everybody. They are the happiest people. We said, we're not just selling you a house, we're selling you a lifestyle. And we pride ourselves as having raised the bar. We pride ourselves as having created an environment where you can own a piece of this rock and discover that it is a special place. I mean, too often we don't think too much of our country. Emil just did a fantastic job of just highlighting the joy we are. And I'm happy that we have been able to showcase it, get people to live the experience and to enjoy this lifestyle. We have a program coming on now, 22 bedroom, 24 bedrooms, and those are going to go the minute I open them. So don't miss the opportunity to get. We have our 3-bedroom units. We have about 80 left. Don't miss the opportunity to get them. We will be doing more, but there might be a little break between turning on more. And give me a call. Let me get one for you. They don't stay around long. Last month we sold 30. 30 units went last month.
Wow.
www.richmondjamaica.com. Go online, get your application form, fill them, and let's get going.
All right. Emil, you
Steve,
heard that?
Jane Bank will be happy to assist all of you in acquiring Richmond.
Well, listen, Emil, I must use this opportunity. Jackie, I must use this opportunity to really laud JN. From day one, at a picture behind me now with Emil attending my soft opening. From day one, they've been big supporters of our program. They have very dynamic sales reps. You call me, Jackie, and I send you the sales rep, and everything is 1, 2, 3, done.
Wow.
You know, and they have been phenomenal partners in this program with us.
Emil, I don't know. I'm bursting at the seams, right? I'm just ready to go now, okay? I'm ready to leave.
Or you might not have any more space.
Ready to leave. But the point of the matter is, you're absolutely correct, both of you gentlemen, and you've delivered accurate, uplifting, precise information that some did desperately need. And thank you, JN Bank, for being there to facilitate these type of purchases if an individual should choose. You make it happen. Obviously, a lot of us would not know how to make this dream happen, and JN is here for that, and it's Mr. Emil Spence. And for those of you who want further information, of course, it's JN Bank. Maybe, Emil, you can just give some contact information, and then they can take it from there.
Yeah, it's janebank.com as the website, and you can get us at 41784-9657. That's a Toronto number where we can give you the information necessary.
Awesome, good stuff. And I will definitely be your unofficial spokesperson because I'm trying to earn myself my house. And I'm going to be the unofficial spokesperson for Richmond Estates and JN Bank right here in Toronto, Canada, because you will be seeing me again, Steve. You will be seeing me again.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for tuning into the Ordinary People Show today. Thank you for traveling with me across the Caribbean Ocean to this beautiful land called Jamaica. And thank you for getting a piece of the vision that I have. And I hope you can one day own a piece of the pie, a piece of your dreamland, just as I will be very, very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you same time next week right here on the Ordinary People Show for another blockbuster show. What we'll be talking about is the future of black radio in Canada. Pay attention, don't go, and make sure that you follow me on social media and Gbkm Tv for all of our latest updates. Thank you so much. See you same time, same place next week right here. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you believe entertaining, engaging, and thoughtful weekly show? Or are you a business person or entrepreneur interested in building a brand for yourself? Can you connect with an audience and have strong social media skills? If so, the Gbkm Network would love to invite you to join our team. We're looking for driven, genuine folks who are willing to work hard as an independent broadcaster. If this sounds like you, come join our team. For more information, email your resume to career@gbkm.fm. That is career, CAREER, @gbkm.fm. It's time to
A pleasant good morning, good day, good evening, and good night for those viewing around the world. My name is DJ Wiz from Vibe 105.5 FM, Toronto, Canada. Your host for this, the the first virtual Keep Six fundraising concert to empower our youth in the community. Keep Six was started in 2017 by our present founder and CEO, Mr. Richard Miller. After his personal experiences within the justice system, he identified opportunities within the community that needed immediate change, focusing on at-risk youth and individuals reintegrating back into society. Richard built a team to provide the necessary support. Today, we present to you the virtual concert, where we are asking you, the community, to support Keep Six so we can continue supporting and empowering youth in the community. Those reintegrating back into the community need our help as well. We have many local and international acts for your viewing pleasure. We're also asking that you take the time to go to www.keep6.org. That's www.keep6.org for your donation, which is very important for us to keep helping the youth in the community. This is the Keep Six fundraising concert.
Yeah. Uze. Let's get it. Damn, they went and killed another black man. Damn, they went and killed another black man. Yeah. Enough is enough. Enough for the fluff. They try to hold a brother down, but I'm ready to bust. They try to take away our crowns, but they're doing too much. I know we started underground and now it's time to be up. Too many killings, way too many killings. Because of my black face, they're telling me that I'm villain, telling me that I'm illin', telling me what I'm feeling, telling me all lies, but I know, all my people won't stop fighting till we're equal. So I raise a fist for Trayvon, I raise a fist for George, and I raise a fist for every black man that's in the morgue. So I know, all my people won't stop fighting till we're equal. So I raise a fist for Trayvon, I raise a fist for George, I raise a fist for every black man that's in the morgue. Damn me when he kills another black man. 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 We need to unite and stand up and fight. Protest, what's next? Cause it's one of our rights. Life is what we want. I'm kicking it like a punt. Do you hear what I'm saying? Cause now I'm saying it blunt. All I want is to live. Imagine all of the kids growing up with a pops and now they papa is dead. All because of the feds, all because of the fears. Black man, unite, we need to do it for real. So I know, all my people won't stop fighting till we're equal. So I raise a fist for Trayvon, I raise a fist for George, raise a fist for every black man that's in the morgue. So I know, all my people won't stop fighting till we're equal. So I raise a fist for Trayvon, I raise a fist for George, raise a fist for every black man that's in the morgue. Damn me when he kills another black man. 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 Double O-Z-I-E, it's not Uzi, it's Uze. Say it like you're French. Let's get it. That's it.
Well, thank you and welcome back to our first ever Keep Six telethon for empowering the youth in the community. Our first act, absolutely fabulous, and he goes by the name of Uze. Parlez-vous français? Uze. Pleasant good evening and welcome, Uze. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for having me tonight.
Listen, I heard the lyrics. I got the vibe. I understood everything that you're saying, but for those out there, what was...
Especially black men, when you turn on the television and you see that another one of us has been murdered, it's just like, damn, another black man.
Yeah. Listen, you represent a part of the city that a lot of crime has been in, just a part, and it's all the six. But what's that area that you represent and where you come from?
Well, I'm from the Scar. I'm from Scarborough, so there's things that happen, but at the same time, I feel like if you stay out of trouble and you mess with the right people, you can avoid those situations.
What do you want to see for the youth of today? What is your inspiration for them? What is your vision for the youth of today?
Well, I want to see them get as many opportunities as possible, opportunities that I never was able to see or I never got, just so they could fully take advantage of what there is to offer. And we're in Toronto. People may not know, but when you go out of province like I have been, there's so many opportunities in Toronto that other places don't have. So take advantage of those grants, take advantage of the different workshops and clinics you can go to, because a lot of places don't have these things.
Do you have an album coming out, an EP coming out? Where can people go download your music, check you out? Where can they get all that stuff?
Well, they could follow me at Uzi J French. That's at Instagram, or Uzi J French Facebook.
Listen, these are wise words from a young man, an individual who is stepping up in this Keep Six, the telethon, the virtual concert for empowering youths, and he wants to empower youths. This is Uzi J. Pleasant good evening. Thank you, brother, for coming out.
Thank you very much for having me.
This is the first virtual telethon from Keep Six, helping empowering youth in our community and reintegrating youth from the justice system that, thank you to Richard Miller, who has embedded himself and keyed himself into making an organization help our communities around the world. And I hope you take advantage of this. And today we have a very, very, very special guest. We have Deshaun from Dreams to Reality, a powerful youth empowerment organization, along with our CEO, Richard Miller from Keep Six ORG. So listen, we need your help. Donate. www.keep6.org. $15 gets you a mask. $25 gets you and right now, I'm going to let you sneak into a conversation with two very, very powerful CEOs. Check it out.
Deshaun, it's been a pleasure meeting you. Nice to see you again. I love the work you're doing. It's been a pleasure working with you for the last 2 years. I see that you're doing a lot of good work to make a lot of changes in the community.
Likewise with yourself, Richard. I mean, unlocking the justice system and doing that event with you, getting kids to share their story with people in the legal field, such as probation officers, lawyers, judges. It gives different perspectives on what's needed and where their struggles are and the barriers are to fix the justice system, along with the social sector and different opportunities to be created for youth. The reason why I started Dreams to Reality as a founder with Andre and a lot of other youth that were in the Melbourne community was we needed something that could represent us in the public eye that wouldn't be considered a gang. Because when a lot of these youth form up and they try and have an identity, it's very easy for them to be labeled as a gang. So Dreams to Reality was something for youth to be attached to that didn't have any negative connotations to it. And that they can be their self and not have to feel like they have to prove who they are to fit in. We accept everybody for who they are. The mission is to help youth recognize their skill sets to find their purpose in life. We know God put gifts in everybody, and everybody's here for a reason. All we're trying to do is just help them get on their path and go into the direction that God had planned for their life.
I really appreciate the work you're doing. One of the biggest thing for grassroots and all of these other big agencies getting the funding, but they're not in the community doing the work that's needed.
It's a little discouraging at times because when you're supporting youth to make their change and they're willing to step up to the plate and take responsibility and the opportunities are not coming to them, it can discourage them from feeling like this is not what they're supposed to do. And I don't want youth to get the wrong message.
I think the sector is non-for-profit, but sometimes it can feel like for-profit when you see how people's actions change when money is on the table from when it's not on the table. And sometimes partnerships feel like competition, and we don't want to feel like, I know the youth don't want to feel like they're competing with anybody, you know? So when they hear collaborative impact and they have so much evidence of groundwork, they expect people to reach out to them. They expect people to say, hey, we can see this opportunities clearly for you guys based on all the work you've done. How do we support you to get it? It's kind of the opposite where, hey, we want to get the funding and then make you work for us, right? But if the youth applied for the same opportunity, why doesn't it recognize as a partnership? They don't want to feel tokenized. And a lot of the times youth feel tokenized because they're not even getting the recognition for the things that people are taking credit for when they have clear proof that they're the ones that started this, or they're the one that came up with the idea. So it kind of feels altered that they can't even get recognition, much less support for funding from organizations that are supposed to be like big brothers to them.
Right.
It hurts.
Yeah, thanks. I clearly can see that the work we're doing. And a lot, just like a lot of grassroots organizations like yourself and myself, we have to try to do whatever we can to do the work that we need to get done.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I mean, it's a liability to work with youth in the hood. And that's what hurts me because they're still a youth like everybody else. And if people are looking at them as a liability, then you should let them be liable if they're willing to take on that responsibility and not try and intervene with how they're putting their stuff together, because everybody brings different strengths to the table and lived experience, and just comfortability with your peers. It's not what's being said, it's who's saying it. It goes a long way to a youth when he knows what's being said is from somebody he knows is heartfelt to him or has a connection to him, where someone with a PhD and has all the diplomas can say it, but it's not going to resonate. It's not going to hit the same way. So what I want to challenge people to do is help youth on the ground level build their capacity, you know, to kind of take over some of the work that clearly needs to be done by people with the lived experience, people that come from the same walks of life, and people that are probably peers and can relate to people outside of the work hours and the business hours.
All right, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's nice to see you again as always.
It's a pleasure.
Good. Thanks for your support.
Thank you for having me, Richard.
This is what we do here. We try to fix things. We try to fix our community, helping the youth. And you, viewing this right now, the virtual concert of Keep Six, I'm telling you, you could make a donation and help us. Go to www.keep6.org. That's www.keep6.org. Make any donation, small donation, large donation. Keep helping us so we could help our community. Now, we have one of the great, terrific acts of Toronto, Canada. He goes by the name of Vance McKenzie. He's right here on the virtual Keep Six telethon.
If it's broken, I can fix it. If it's lost, I will find it. Don't you worry, I'm here today. It's your heart that I will save. You know something? I want to talk to everybody out there. You know what? I'm working hard, I'm on the grind, but all day you're on my mind. Looking at the clock every hour. Maybe I will buy you some flowers. You know I climb a mountain for you. I'll do anything just to show you I have the special healing for you. Let me tell ya. Yeah, we're gonna have a real good time. Together we will be alright. Ooh, baby, I wanna tell ya, our life's a real blessed time. You know what? That's why we'll stay mine. If it's broken, I can fix it. If it's lost, I will find it. I will find it. Your broken heart, my baby. Don't you worry, I'm here to working hard, I'll find it. Don't you worry, don't you worry, don't you worry, don't you worry. Baby's broken, I can't fix it. Baby's broken, I can't fix it. Hey, Rich, come here for a second. He can fix it. Rich Mill can fix it. Broken, I can't fix it.
And that's what we do here at Keep Six. We fix it. According to the great Vance McKenzie. How you doing, sir?
Hey, thank you so much for having me here tonight for this very, very good cause. We're talking humility, empathy, self-respect, dignity. That's what Keep Six represents, and it's helping a lot of things, and I'm so proud to be a part of it and be with her.
You know that just takes away my first question that I was
Yes,
going to
sir.
ask you, you know, how you felt, but now I know how you feel. You know, what's it like to know that you're empowering the youths and empowering the city, and people all over the world are watching you now? What's it like?
It means a lot because at the end of the day, in our lifetime, we have to do some good things, especially for the youth, for the young. What Keep Six is standing for is clearly a great representation of what us older people must represent to them. So I'm totally very happy about this today. I'm so happy to be here.
You know, you've been an artist for many, many years, and you've seen changes within the time and within the city. What's it like now for you looking through this city and seeing a lot of gun violence and a lot of youths dying? And, you know, of course, it's been a massive change. How does it make you feel? What does it, you know, give you when you think of when you listen to the news and wake up every morning?
Well, again, being a person that has empathy, it breaks me to tears, whether it be youth, old, this, that. The gun violence coming from our generation, from the 70s and 80s, yes, there was violence to a degree, but it was not such gunplay, not such warfare on the streets. So it breaks my heart, and definitely something has to be done about it, and I'm happy Keep Six standing forth for this cause and dimension. Very important for our future.
Keep Six is happy that you're here supporting this cause, and we hope you out there also watching, wherever you are in this world, are supporting this cause, and you go to www.keep6.org. That's www.keep6.org. Make that donation. Help us. Let us help others. Keep supporting. Vance McKenzie, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Mayor Patrick Brown of Brampton, and we are excited to be participating in the 2020 Keep Six Toy Drive in Brampton. If you want to donate a new toy to a child in our community, it's as easy as clicking the link when you visit the website or call 1-800-640-3075 or go to keep6.org. And I want to thank everyone behind this beautiful initiative. It's about an opportunity to give back. Merry Christmas, everyone. Remember, giving is the best gift.
That's what we do here. We're doing it. Keep Six. You just keep supporting. We'll keep supporting. You keep donating. We'll keep helping the community. That's what we want. www.keep6.org. www.keep6.org. And we're keeping that vibes flowing. I told you, we have some acts upon acts upon acts. And coming up now, all the way from the west of Toronto, this is none other than J. Isaiah.
It's just me. That's me. What if I was so real you thought I was fake? What if I showed you all the love, but all you saw was hate? What if I told you all truth, but all you told was lies? What if I thought that you were here, but you ain't feel alive? It would be crazy, ain't it? See, I got stories for the canvas, needed paint to make it. I got good intentions, why they trying to make me heinous? It's human nature, we all fail, so why you think I'm shameless? Late nights to be tripping, just grip it on the stainless, like I ain't got to lose. Little so confused, dreaming about the Jordans, it was never just a pair of shoes. Look at all the nights I sacrificed, put down the work, so the trap, and I'ma rap tonight. I'ma hit the booth to keep it real, though, don't you cap tonight. I got different clips, so go and load them on the Mac tonight. Yeah, see, that's my action type. This is me trapping, right? Who would've thought I'd be here? Not me, dog. So many ups and downs in this life. It's like a seesaw. Put me up to bed and watch me flip, and I'm Batista. Pray that they don't envy on the kid or try to creep up. Cause I can't lose, just what I'm working for. Like I'm trying for some abs, I gotta work the core. The vision clear, ain't no blemish, player, that's for sure. I'm trying to blow up, take my on a tour. And that's just how I'm coming, that's for sure, player. We here to stop the gun violence. We're here to do what we do best. Spread peace and positivity and love. And tell the youth there's other ways to make it out rather than trapping and jugging and finessing. You can do what you want to do. That's me. See, this gon' be the realest shit I ever wrote. Inspire the kids and I pray I give them hope. Entertain to the masses and I put on a show. Baby, put me on the stage, I better never choke. Cause I was born for this, baby, I was born for this. Know that I just gotta be the one, ain't no corny shit. Thought I told you cause I was lit, I'm on my Tory shit. Writing memoirs all in this book, ain't tryna story it. So life's a bitch and I'ma fuck good. And I'ma buy a foreign, pull up to the hood. And pull up to the youngest, tell him you ain't got a trap and you ain't got a jug. You can do just what you want, don't you go misunderstood. Like trust me, boy, I've been there. No food up in the fridge, we ain't sleep till mama get here. Dreaming about the top and now you can't just wait to get there. Just remember every single step it took to get there. So tell him watch the throne. Cause there's no church up in the wild just to judge who's right or wrong. We some in Paris that just don't know when and wrong. And ass on everything, married to the game, I'ma call this a wedding ring. Yeah, I'm married to the game, I'ma buy this girl a wedding ring. Yeah, and that's on everything. Nothing's ain't been right no more, but I don't wanna fight no more. Fussing, we fight and we make up. Talk about hate, then we make love. Nothing in this life's for sure. All I know is that we need us more. Girl, what we had isn't made up. If you're moving on, I won't wait. Cause I've had some time to think. Waiting for this red light to change. I realize that I'm not the same. So many thoughts going through my brain. I'll be damned if I ever let you slip away. I've been on a late night drive and I'm all alone. Just me and my thoughts when I'm on the road. On a late night ride by myself. I've been on a late night ride by myself. Hoping that nobody else will call my phone. That's the only time I get to spend alone. On a late night ride by myself. I've been on a late night drive by myself. This is for a good cause. This isn't just as us as artists. This is us telling you that there's more to life than being in the hood. Get out of it. Do what you gotta do and get out of it. We are trying to create peace and unity. No more gun violence. Stop politics. Life would be so much easier. The city's a beautiful city. There's no need for all the hatred that the city has.
That's what we do here. Keep 6. We keep giving you the best acts locally and worldwide. I'm telling you, Jay Isaiah is here with us. And what a fabulous, fabulous performance.
Thank you.
Listen, my friend, you had us speechless. You had us speechless. Your words, your rhyming put together, the etiquette. I mean, what does it take for you? Where's your thought process when you're making your lyrics,
Honestly, I just really try to draw just from things in everyday life and experiences that I've been through and currently still go through, just everyday life, really.
Right. Listen, you're from the West, representing the West.
Yeah, Sauga City representing.
Sauga City representing, right? A lot of violence has happened, in the course of time, in the last couple months and over time. How does that make you feel as a young individual, especially a young black man making it in this world today?
Honestly, if you want my truthful opinion, it's all senseless. It's people beefing with each other and they don't even know why they're beefing.
Right.
And it's in this day and age, there's so much more that we could do rather than beefing with each other. We should be uplifting and loving each other, and especially as black people, we don't have enough love within us right now. Yeah. We need to be uplifting ourselves when everybody else around us is trying to bring us down rather than killing each other.
Wise words from a wise artist. As a young artist, take me through that. How difficult is it to get through this city? We have mega superstars from the 6, but is it hard for making it in the 6?
Honestly, making it in the city it's give and take, really. It's more so of what you know, who you know, rather than what you got and what music you're putting out right now. But honestly, I really don't think it's that hard. Everybody in the city kind of they put on for what they love. So once they rock with it, that's it for them. That's all they need.
How important was it for you to be here to represent for Keep 6?
Honestly, I think it was really important because a lot of people don't know this side of me, and that I came up from a lot of stuff that a lot of people go through even now. But just having that upbringing, I feel like it's bigger for me to know, to inspire the youth. Like, that's always my main goal is the kids, because they're the future. So I always try to make sure that I can show them a way that I was in your situation too. I could have still been there, but I did what I did to get out. Yeah. And now I'm not even trying to be there no more. I don't look to be there. I got way bigger things to worry about.
That's what it is. That's what it's about. It's about making the right and the wisest choices.
100%.
Listen, this is Keep 6. It's the first virtual telethon that we're having here. And I'm telling you right now, Jay Isaiah is an artist to look out for and to watch out for. Thank you. Listen, donate. We need you to go to www.keep6.org. Make that donation. Help us. Help the youths them and empower our community. Listen, there's so much more in store. There's so much more in store. I'm just asking you to go and donate at www.keep6.org. Help us make a difference. Keep supporting.
Love.
Listen, on the block, hear the sirens. Gotta stop the gun violence. Gotta put down the gun. How to bury her son. Lost another one. Praying to the priest. Running from police. Rest in peace. Those deceased lost their life to the streets. They locked up and shot up for moving that product. They remade till sawdust. Grim Reaper waiting. No hesitating. Stop killing and hating. In my generation, lost some real ones and they ain't even deserve it. Don't lose your life cause it ain't even worth it. Life ain't perfect, but you gotta find your purpose. And it's not weak for you to put down that strap. Real men use they fists when they beat and attack. And that love for the stacks get you trapped in a trap. The heat from the beef, time to put down the gap. You can't love these streets cause they don't love you back. Survival of the fittest, I've been staying vegan. So any drama, beef or chicken, you can keep it. Leave the fighting for the heads, entertainment for the feds. Cause if I kill you dead, how do I get ahead? And how your family getting bread? And I get sun seeing red. That anger inside him festers till he becomes an avenger. Stand up and shout, what? Man of the house, but he only 12. How he gon' help? Hits mom Michelle. No smoke, got shells. There's nothing to eat, nothing to eat. Hit up the streets, shot down day 12. All cause he helped. Dang mom Michelle, had to have them shells. So how your family getting bread? Cause of something you said? See a circle, get out. Break walls, change routes. We out here losing dads. Need a change like bam, by any means necessary. Malcolm X, that's legendary. Yeah, yeah, you already know what it is, man. We gotta find a better way, okay? Yeah, it's Macy F. Yeah, let's go, I know they be pushing your buttons, but there has to be a better way to handle this problem. I mean, realistically, you don't wanna end up in jail, and the petty ain't worth it. Human beings ain't perfect. Put the gun down, pick a book up, get the learning. Put the gun down, get a job and make an earning. Shooting, hitting kids, trying to settle bids, using misled youth to handle your biz. That ain't cool round here. We using our brain like a tool round here. Shooting out this message for the youths out there. Don't be fooled out here. Level up your knowledge, you will level up in life. Don't remain a victim, you can choose to do what's right. Think before you act, is it really worth a life? Find another way, no matter what they do or say. Try not to be persuaded by negativity. Come on.
This is what we do right here. Keep 6. I'm telling you, we have talent. When I mean talent, I mean talent. 3 of the finest ladies right here giving you lyrical content that you probably never heard before. And this is what we do here at Keep 6. We fix things and we break entrepreneurs and we boss artists. This is what we do. 3 ladies here. You are
T Fanny.
T.
T Fanny.
You hear that? T Fanny. You are
Maisie F.
Maisie F. And you are
Tila.
Tila. T Fanny, Maisie F, and Tila. Listen, it's not a group. It's 3 individual ladies that have really had a mind frame of doing this cipher and coming together. Who started this? Who brought this cipher ability together and the 3 of you to come to do this today?
I've been running Cypher since like 2015, so this is something that I put together for the community to showcase the female artists. You know, we bring them to radio stations and try to get them on different outlets, different platforms, so it's something I've been doing for a minute.
Wow, proud of you, proud of you, proud of you. How did you get interested in what was your connect?
Well, I know Maisie, and she asked me to be part of a cipher, and I've been part of 3, I think, 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Been doing this, yeah.
Okay, and you, yourself?
This is my first one, but obviously through Maisie, you know.
Well, first one! Locked it down, yeah? There's many more to come for you, right?
Many more.
Listen, how important was it for you 3 ladies to be here for Keep 6 and knowing what Keep 6 is about and what this venture is about? How important was it for you to empower the youths today?
Well, I think that messages in music is very important. And there's certain things that aren't really being said, you know, maybe through certain artists, maybe like the Kendricks and the D Smokes. But to hear powerful messages from females, local females, I think that needs to be heard. So definitely.
I agree. You know, I'd like to ask you, what do you think of the industry and how it adapts to female artists, especially from the 6th? Is it a struggle? Is it an adventure? Is it an easy road? Is the connects difficult? What's your take on the industry?
I think it's an adventure. You know, there's different lanes, so many different aspects to the Toronto scene. So, you know, when you find your path and you find your lane, you just
go straight on it.
Yeah.
You know, meet good people, network with good people. You know.
Yeah.
So that's about it.
How do you feel about the performance that you did here today, and you know the movement that you're on?
Well, I'm happy to be part of this movement and the lyrical content we have, and I think it's important to raise awareness to violence within our city.
Yeah. Listen, this is what we do here at Keep Six. We try to encourage others who help the community, and we try to understand that the community needs our help, and we're there for the community. And these ladies have taken their time to perform here today and help you understand what we're doing. And we are empowering the community. Listen, ladies, I want to thank you. I appreciate you. I hope nothing but the greatest journey for you all. And I hope that, you know, you have breaking the yoke, let's say, for other females out there watching, and knowing that you could do it, they could do it too. So my hat's off to you. I congratulate you, and I respect you, and I appreciate you, and I thank you. And listen, we'll just keep going on and on. This is Keep Six. Remember, we're asking you and we're pleading with you to donate. www.keep6.org. That's where you need to be.
Yeah, man. The you them sell the name block it down. Eh? More and give us strap for your luck, you know. Me depend that, you know. Police I want to see man run from. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Me say me tired fi see me black bread a blood a run youth. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Mama wanna want see I want son pon the ground. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Me say me tired fi see me black bread a blood a run youth. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Mama wanna want see I want son pon the ground. Me remember one time when me used to struggle, when nothing nah go on and me a digging at the rubble. Jaja shine him light and all the blessings start flow. Bad mind a fight and all them can't flap me sure. Enough liquor you me see asleep on the floor. Full time for the government them open some door. Also for the money make sure it's secure. Me and my kids them a have fun pan the seashore. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Me say me tired fi see me black bread a blood a run youth. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Mama wanna want see I want son pon the ground. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Me say me tired fi see me black bread a blood a run youth. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Mama wanna want see I want son pon the ground. The night look dark, but the day I go bright. So me hustle for the money now, rob a stoplight. In the marketplace, me have a one star. Make use of the cash no matter how it looks small. They on a job site, say the sun at you. But me hustle for the money, cause me can't stay broke. Me have pitney for feed, so me can't stop walk. But mind the car the pluck, and you will run out of luck. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Me say me tired fi see me black bread a blood a run youth. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Mama wanna want see I want son pon the ground. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Me say me tired fi see me black bread a blood a run youth. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Mama wanna want see I want son pon the ground. Me remember one time when me used to struggle, when nothing nah go on and me a digging at the rubble. Jaja shine him light and all the blessings start flow. Bad mind a fight and all them can't flap me sure. Enough liquor you me see asleep on the floor. Full time for the government them open some door. Also for the money make sure it's secure. Me and my kids them a have fun pon the seashore. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Me say me tired fi see me black bread a blood a run youth. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Mama wanna want see I want son pon the ground. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Me say me tired fi see me black bread a blood a run youth. No touch you gun, me say me nah touch you gun. Mama wanna want see I want son pon the ground. The night look dark, but the day I go bright. So me hustle for the money now, rob a stoplight. In the marketplace, say me have a one star. Make use of the cash no matter how it looks small. They on a job site, say the sun low. But me hustle for the money, cause me can't stay broke. Me have pitney for feet, so me can't stop walk. But mind the car the block and you will run out of luck.
Listen, this is what it is. Keep Six. This is the virtual Keep Six telethon, and I keep telling you, we give you stars among stars among stars. This gentleman just rocked the stage for you, and you know, he did a song that he wrote just weeks ago, but I'm going to let him tell you all about it. He goes by the name of Gbkm How you doing, Jackan?
Man, I'm good, you know.
Listen, it's a pleasure and it's an honor for someone, of your stature to be here today. What does this mean for you to be amongst, the great local talent and the great international talent and the telethon for empowerment of the community?
I don't want to tell you, it's just mean like prosperity to me, You understand? For be a part of stop the crime, because a lot of that is going on for a while now, and people fed up of that, so it's just a pleasure to be a part of this.
The lyrics, when you saw and you knew you were going to become a part of the Keep Six, the movement to help youths out there, did those lyrics just flow to you automatically? Was that lyrics you had a long time ago? What was going through your mind when you were breaking that song?
And actually, that song, I had the lyrics before.
Okay.
Before I know about this, before the Keep Six and stop the violence and stuff,
Yeah.
But that song, I was just sitting in my washroom and it just come to me because of what's going on in the world.
The washroom is the great place for meditation. I'm telling you.
Washroom.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So that's good. Have you been affected or known anybody affected by gun violence or the youths in the streets that have, a family member? Has anything affected you personally?
Oh, yeah,
in this
definitely.
situation? Yeah.
Definitely. I have cousins, I have close friends, I have uncle, that pass on because of the violence, So it beats something in your head, said, it can be fun.
Yeah.
You understand? It's just destruction.
Yeah.
So I just want to sing against it. I don't want to sing about carry the gun. You understand? You want to keep youths on a positive vibration level, because most of the entertainers them nowadays them just sing about, hey, I want to take a gun and I just want to bust out your head. Me not like that.
Right.
I want to stay positive and try to tell the youth them to involve in a more positive stuff.
Yeah.
You understand? Just load the gun.
And that's what it's all about. That's what this telethon is about. It's about empowering the youth in positive ways.
Exactly.
We have too much negative in the world that they absorb, and we need the sponge to be absorbed positive. So I really appreciate that you took your time today to come out here and perform that song for us. And I hope that people could go download your music and see where you're on Instagram and Spotify. Will there be an album out soon? Will there be anything, an EP coming soon?
Well, I'm working on an album, maybe sometime, not next year, but maybe the following year.
Okay.
But I have a couple songs that I want to release.
Okay.
Next year, early.
Listen, I think the massive and the crowds around the world will look forward to your positive vibes and your positive energy. So I really appreciate you and thank you for coming and being a part of this. Keep Six, the telethon for empowering the youths. This is what it's about. This is what this telethon happens to be, why it's so dominant for the world to understand. This is why we need your help. This is why we encourage you to donate. Donate at www.keep6.org. www.keep6.org. This is why we're helping empowering the youths. Jackan, a local talent who's going to reach amongst the stars. Keep Six. We have more acts coming up. A young artist came upon the scene about a year ago. And a year ago, he gave me a song to play at Vibe 105. And when I heard this song, I knew he was destined for greatness. And we have the pleasure of having him here on our virtual telethon, Keep Six. I'm telling you, if you just keep supporting us, we'll keep supporting the youths. www.keep6.org. Just help us so we can help others. Donate there. This artist, his name is Coach. Listen to him, hear his lyrics, understand his words, and you'll get that vibe. Coach, right here on the virtual www.keep6.org telethon.
Oja. I've seen hatred,
selfishness, greed amongst humanity. Oh, Jah. Father God, you know me. Thanks for everything you show me. This a year to make them take away my glory. Only you know my story. Well then, bad mind would have want to see me lonely. Yeah. But with grace and strength and the knowledge of your love, Jah, you always around me. And if you just go and give thanks, show love and keep the faith, you will never leave me lonely. Cause even when the time get hot, I cold outside and the weather looks stormy. Father God, just go and keep the faith, so me read up a scripture and me call upon you only. Cause even though me act like me big and me bad, Father God, me know why you own me. That's why me ask you, just don't leave me alone. Walk with me, Jah, never alone. And them no know if you turn on your name, them call for. Some people get too greedy, stop give thanks and forget where them a come from. Some people stop from prayer, them living for no cause, them not certain them a live long. Some man get weak in a this, me see them give up, them never know how to stay strong. Them forget say the struggle is real, one prayer don't answer, please say the next one. Because everything that you have and anything you don't have, me know say a God plan. That's why if me don't have a car or a house pan a land, me no ask God no question. Baby, my blessing is close, me no know how far, but I could be the next one. That's why me ask you, Jah, no leave me alone. Walk with me, Jah, no, never alone. Talk to me, Jah. And the hill them steep. Please don't make me get weak. A little more strength in my body, more knowledge on the way, and a couple more step in my feet. You know how me love my music and party I want. But Jah, can I go to street? Cause if anything I go happen, man, or something when alright. Stop me and tell me go sleep. That's why me ask you, don't leave me alone. Walk with me, Jah. Once again. I said if you rate me as your friend, me not fi call you. You hear say me a keep a thing you can pass through. If it's even for a minute or two, when you walk come bring a bottle of brew, so we can sip and a drink or two. Yeah, that's something that real friends do. But I know if you're better than me, but I think me better than you. I want family in the crew. Well, real friend no need special invitation. Unless you know you want the fake one. Friend, I want life me a deal with my youth. Me no know when you are program, so me say your real friends are your real friends. You know that from you never steal friends. That same anywhere in the world, friend. And the one when I go creep on your girlfriend. That same one look from your heart, friend. But if them this the program, you have to part them. Go about the business and last them. So me have to use something to mark them. If you call and me no answer, friend, me will call you back later. Then depend on the situation, cause it could be tomorrow. I would never screen my friends, cause me know how emergency thing go. But baby, me lock down with me girl, and know when me nah go. Then again, your real friends are your real friends. You know that from you never steal friends. That same anywhere in the world, friend. And the one when I go creep on your girlfriend. That same one look from your heart, friend. But if them this the program, you have to part them. Go about the business and last them. So we have to use something to mark them. If you want to know if your friends them real, here is a clue. Watch some of the place them go and the things them do. Watch the friends where your friends them keep. I know anybody fit in your crew. Your friends is not your friends, and everybody know that's true. Then again, your real friends are your real friends. You know that from you never steal friends. That same anywhere in the world, friend. And the one when I go creep on your girlfriend. That same one look from your heart, friend. But if them this the program, you have to part them. Go about the business and last them. So we have to use something to mark them. My real friends can call me anytime, whether in the rain or sunshine, even in the good or bad times. If you're my real friends, I don't mind. Real friendship no stop when Jack in a that. I got your family, my family you got. About bad things, real family no chat. No disrespecting, we know in a dark car. Your real friends are your real friends. You know that from you never steal friends. That same anywhere in the world, friend. And the one when I go creep on your girlfriend. That same one look from your heart, friend. But if them this the program, you have to part them. So you can call on the business and last them. So we have to use something to mark them. Your real friends are your real friends. You know that from you never steal friends. That same anywhere in the world, friend. And one when I go creep on your girlfriend. You want me real one friend from your heart, friend. But if them this the program, you have to find them. So you can call on the business and last them. So we have to use something to mark them. Real friends, you're my real friend, yeah, real friend.
See, we waited. And I told you, one of the popular acts that we waited for. He goes by the name of Coach, right here on the virtual telethon for empowering the youth in our community. Listen, this is what Keep Six does. Keep Six keeps getting the stars among stars among stars. A pleasant good evening, Coach, and how you doing, sir?
Manners and blessings, Mr. Willis.
Listen,
Yes.
you know, real friends,
Yes.
never alone. Two songs that are acclaimed now in the city of Toronto, especially Real Friends. I mean, I played it a lot at Vibe 105. It's a well-requested song. You know, your aura of music contains what kind of synopsis? Does it contain more of friends and the negative influence that they have, and you try to move positive? Is it the hate, the bad mind? What's going on with your songs?
It's a little bit of everything, as I say, because you have friends who say they're friends, but they're not real friends. They just call themselves friends.
Okay.
And in my feelings, you have to categorize who is real friends and who is just a friend. You know what I'm saying? Just like you would have the followers and you would have supporters.
Correct.
Right? You will have people who follow you on Facebook or Instagram, but they don't come to your show.
Yes,
You know,
true.
Those are friends.
Those are true.
Those are real friends come around you and bless you up and them thing there.
And,
So,
you know, that's also important
Yeah.
for the youths them growing up,
Right.
is how they choose their friends. Wrong or right? Yeah?
Definitely.
You know?
100%.
And your songs could directly be impacted by the youths then? Because what? Like, why do the youths them need to listen to Real Friends and need to concentrate on songs like, you know, Never Alone and the songs that you put out?
You need positive motivation around you.
Right.
As I say, you can't have you're doing on a certain level and that person can't help you, or that person can't even do for themselves.
Correct.
They're just there. They're just every day. They're just there. You want a person to motivate you and do for themselves while they're motivating you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
How emotional or how effective is this, the telethon, for you to be a part of?
Oh, very, very much. Very much. It's an inspirational move. It's a good feeling to be in something positive. That's my thing, to look at something positive. I want to be something positive.
Yeah.
Whatever is positive, I'm there for it.
You know, it's a joy to see, especially you have Jamaican background as well, you know, and here in Canada, and you're doing so much positive, influential music and stuff. How do people get a hold of your songs, get to download, get to listen to Coach? Where can they go?
Well, I haven't pushed out a lot of stuff yet. I'm working on some promotional things to with manager and stuff to make sure things are going good.
Yeah.
I just don't want to dash anything out there. I want to make sure my things is proper and it's ready to hit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't want to, like, okay, do this, dash it out there. No.
Right.
So I'm working on things to like push more on the big platform.
You know, a lot of younger generation are listening right now and seeing a gentleman like you who's, you know, a hardworking man, also as well, family man, and you're doing positive things. You know, what would you say to them? I would look at that camera and speak to the youths today.
Well, definitely, the youth have to be strong-minded. You can't let someone who's doing wrong things lead you. You have to know what's wrong from what's right. If you can read, if you know the alphabet, you have to know what's wrong from what's right. So you can't let someone just lead you astray because they're above you. Like what I say in one song, not because you reach top, then you start looking at the ghetto like, now you're on the hill, but now you're looking at the ghetto like that's the ghetto. But you're coming from the ghetto. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. Listen, it's a blessing to have you grace the stages right here in this virtual telethon. And I hope nothing but the best for you. I hope the sky is beyond the limit for you. And I think that you keep putting out positive music.
Definitely.
I hope that people will keep intaking positivity from your songs and stuff.
Yeah,
you know
man,
what I mean?
bless
Like, I really appreciate that. So thank you for being a part of this telethon. And this is what we need, people. We need the positive vibes. We need the positive vibes. And we can only keep doing that if you help us, help the community. So please donate. Go to www.keep6.org. www.keep6.org. And we keep putting out the great performances. We have many more in store coming up. You just saw Coach. You just heard from Coach. There's many, many more talented like Coach to grace our stages. Keep it locked.
Bless.
Like I told you, this is a virtual first telethon for Keep Six. We're empowering the youth all over the world. We're starting right here in Toronto, the 6th, and we're hoping this love spreads everywhere for you, the listeners. And we're asking for you to help us so we can keep helping others at www.keep6.org. www.keep6.org. And I'm showing you the love comes from around the world. This gentleman, all the way from Venezuela, Ekiz Fantasma, right here, performing live for you and yours.
Proud to be a part of this.
Yo te di amor hasta por los codos. Si no te gustó ni modo. No voy a morir por ti ni estar solo. Yo no pierdo nada, tú lo pierdes todo. Yo te di amor hasta por los codos. Si no te gustó ni modo. No voy a a morir por ti ni a estar solo. Yo no pierdo nada, tú lo pierdes todo.
Siento que de mucho me arrepiento de haberte dado de mí el 100%. Yo pude serte infiel y no te miento, pero las veces que llamó yo le dije lo siento. Y no pudiste ver, no quisiste creer todas las cosas que yo cambié del ayer. Tú me jugabas por las veces que fallé y no te diste cuenta que por ti me transformé.
Es que yo ando nice, ya este corazón no me lo dañan twice. So here's some free advice, you better move on and for me don't cry. Es que yo ando nice, ya este corazón no me lo dañan twice. So here's some free advice, you better move on and for me don't cry. Yo te di amor hasta por los codos, si no te gustó ni modo. No voy a morir por ti ni estar solo. Yo no pierdo nada, tú lo pierdes todo. Yo te di amor hasta por los codos, si no te gustó ni modo. No voy a morir por ti ni a estar solo. Yo no pierdo nada, tú lo pierdes todo. Y es que no entiendo por qué ahora tú andas sufriendo.
Ya no me ves triste,
me ves sonriendo. Tú con otra ya no estamos conociendo. Pero espera, ya no hay manera. Tú te quedaste y yo ando sonando afuera. Tú no valoraste lo que contigo era. Ahora estoy con otra y hago lo que quiera. Como dice, es que yo ando nice, ya este corazón no me lo daña twice. So here's some free advice, you better move on and for me don't cry. Es que yo ando nice, ya este corazón no me lo dañan twice. So here's some free advice, you better move on and for me don't cry. Yo te di amor hasta por los codos, si no te gustó ni modo. No voy a morir por ti ni estar solo. Yo no pierdo nada, tú lo pierdes todo. Yo te di amor hasta por los codos, si no te gustó ni modo. No voy a morir por ti ni a estar solo. Yo no pierdo nada, tú lo pierdes todo. Sebastián Emil, Young Chino,
Alcur Santo.
Ser un padre sin haber sido un hijo. Aprendí a querer sin haber ser querido. Aprendí a correr antes de ver el piso y aprendí a escalar sin palas o pico. Aprendí a ser un padre sin haber sido un hijo. Aprendí a querer sin haber ser querido. Aprendí a correr antes de ver el piso y aprendí a escalar sin palas o pico.
Supe lo que era el perico antes de Condorito, lo que era el sexo antes de noveno arbolito. Sé muy bien lo que es hambre desde muy chamaquito, comer de la basura, quitarle los gusanitos. Un infante sin infancia por causa de tu ignorancia. Entre una madre y un hijo no debe haber tal distancia. Se supone quien fuera tú que calmara mi ansia, pero conozco la pastilla mejor que tu fragancia. Con los maleantes alianza por falta de tu guianza. No creaste un hombre, ayudaste a ser otro gangsta. Y aunque soy responsable por mis acciones, no cambia. Tal vez con tu presencia hubiese sido otra vaina. Tal vez con tu consejo hubiera otro reflejo en el espejo. No sintiera este despecho en el pecho por largo estrecho y bien arrecho. Crecer sin una madre o sin techo es preferible una bala bien clavada en el pecho.
Mi vida nunca la compartiste. Tu nieta tiene 3 y nunca la conociste. Nunca voy a permitir que le haga lo que me hiciste, porque aunque yo te perdone, gracias porque te fuiste. Aprendí a ser un padre sin haber sido un hijo. Aprendí a querer sin haber ser querido. Aprendí a correr antes de ver el piso y aprendí a escalar sin pala o pico.
Y aunque ya soy adulto, esto no te lo oculto. Yo me despierto del sueño en sudor y con susto. Crecí muy inseguro la vida entera en un bulto. Y sin nada, sin nadie, recorrí todo el mundo. Paz descanse mi abuela, un beso grande a la nena. Y a 100 a mi bella, tú siempre serás primera. Yo no tengo pana mío, yo no uso esa tela. Y son muy pocos amigos que por mí se desvelan. Agradecido a mi equipo, aunque somos solo un trío. La cantidad no es valor, la calidad es el filo. Juntos cortamos barreras, mierda que nadie se espera. Más de 20 millones y aún me siento en la acera. Y es bien triste.
Mi vida nunca la compartiste. Tu nieta tiene 3 y nunca la conociste. Nunca voy a permitir que le haga lo que me hiciste, porque aunque yo te perdone, gracias porque te fuiste.
padre sin haber sido un hijo. Aprendí a querer sin haber ser querido. Aprendí a correr antes de ver el piso y aprendí a cavar sin pala o pico. Aprendí a ser un padre sin haber sido un hijo. Aprendí a querer sin haber ser querido. Aprendí a correr antes de ver el piso y aprendí a cavar sin pala o pico.
Quiero que sepas que te perdono, donde sea que tú estés. Escrito firma, Roberto Fernández. Siena, Daddy loves you, and I'll always be here for you.
When I tell you international stardom, I really mean, you remember I told you earlier on in the telethon that we'll have an international superstar. And, I proved it. I'm not a liar. I won't lie to you. We don't lie on this show. We don't lie on this telethon. This is what we do. We empower the youth in the community around the world. And, it's nothing more to give me pleasure than to introduce X Fantasma. Did I say it properly?
You said it perfect.
Ah.
Pleasure is mine.
All the way from Venezuela. Listen, what a journey you probably have been on, and what a journey you've probably seen throughout your life of living right now, and just seeing this. You being here is special, just for us to know that we've connected with somebody halfway across the world. What's it like in Venezuela, if you could just give us an insight of the youth growing up?
Man, it's I don't think people living here have seen it in their worst nightmares.
Yeah.
So it's a different way of life. It's really something.
Wow. We should not take for granted the privileges that we have here in this side of the world.
Not at all.
Right?
Not at all.
Because I know that it's a lot less privileged down in especially Venezuela and stuff. Can you imagine if we had an operation of Keep Six in Venezuela? How beneficial would that be?
That'd be amazing.
Right.
So many kids could be saved. So much can change. But again, it would take a lot of us.
It takes a lot of us.
Yeah.
I know the crime rate is probably absurd. Right? I mean, no disrespect by that,
But it is.
I know the crime rate's probably absurd. What could empower the youths? Is it schooling? Is it the education? Is it, maybe political influence to try and get more funding for stuff? What could we do? What is there?
All of the above. All of the above.
Yeah.
Obviously, more schools, more teachers. Get more teachers, you create more leaders, less criminals.
Yes.
So, and that's what we have very little of. We have a lot of weaponry. We have a lot of tough guys. But we have no teachers. No one willing to guide you in the right direction. They're willing to guide you to go to the army or just any path that isn't the right path is always the easier path when you're hungry.
Listen. You sang a song, and many people who didn't know what you were saying would probably love for you to translate what was, the theory behind your song that you sang. What was it about?
Well, Ando Nice, it's a song about a breakup and then the aftermath. If you pick up and you're doing good, Ando Nice just means I'm going nice. I'm doing nice. So it's that type of story.
Okay.
A little humor to a breakup.
Yeah.
La Carta a mi Madre, which is the second song I did, is literally called The Letter to My Mother.
Okay.
I grew up very rough. Apart from Venezuela, a lot more was added on to it.
Yeah.
So it was a letter I wrote to my mother as a grown man, which is my life story.
Wow. That the change that you had to make in your life, how difficult was that? What did you have to go through to make that change? Was there help along the way? Did you have, teachers, friends, psychologists, psychiatrists? What was it that you were going through? What made you change?
I had all of that. It wasn't until I found myself incarcerated in 2008 that I got hit with a pretty hard sentence, and I had to look inwards at myself. I saw that I was living with a lot of hate due to my PTSD and just anxiety and all that. I was living just angry all the time.
Yeah.
I led with violence. I led with anger in everything, and it got me there.
Yeah.
And when I saw that, and when I'm standing in a cell that I can, pretty much touch both sides, standing up, coming from driving Ferraris and driving Porsches and living at Bayview and Shepherd.
Yeah.
Losing it all again is what made me realize, like, damn, it could all come and just go just like that. Yeah. And that was it. And I realized I had to let go of that anger.
Yeah.
Just let it go.
Listen, today you've proven to yourself and to us that change can be done.
Of course.
And you've moved in a positive direction. I see it in you. We get that vibe from you, and I hope the world watching gets that vibe from you that, it doesn't matter. Mistakes are made, and they can be corrected with just a little bit of help and just a little bit of self knowledge, I must say.
Yes.
And you've done an excellent job. Love your works. Where can people, go listen to more of your music and more
I'm on every platform you can imagine that you can find music on: Spotify, Apple Music,
right,
Amazon Music, YouTube, everywhere. X Fantasma.
X Fantasma. Listen, this is what it's about. A man who has basically turned his whole life around and now is on a positive course for a bright future. This gentleman here, I'm proud of you, and I hope everybody else watching is proud of you. I congratulate you, and I hope nothing but the best for you.
Likewise,
you are
my friend.
absolutely fantastic in what you've done, and I really appreciate you. Thank you for being a part of this telethon here today.
It was a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
This is what it is. This is why we empower the youths. There's no culture, there's no race, no color, nothing. We're all one together. And if you could donate and help us help everybody across the board, because that's what we want to do, go to www.keep6.org. Donate what you can. I'm not asking for much. Donate what you can. Let us help the youths of yesterday, today, be better youths of tomorrow and down the road. Keep it locked. It's going to get better. It keeps getting better. I don't know how it can get better, but it's going to get better and better and better.
Help us give them options. With options, you never know what they can become.
You heard it right there. We'll have more acts in store. Keep it locked.
We've come so far to tear this world apart. It's time that we all one another by love in our heart. Oh, I'm so divided, 'cause we all are one. us to see that our children should not be living in this reality. Our race is divided. Together as one. We'll embrace unity. Love is the answer to it. Don't fight it 'cause we can do it. Let's get it together. Let's hold hands. Sing together. We are all from one land. Let's love one another. Build a life that's worth living. That we should treasure. Together we stand. Together we Together we stand forever. Together we stand. Together we stand forever. Together we stand.
Hi, I'm Richard from Keep Six. It's time for changes.
Together we stand. Together we stand forever. Together we stand. Together we stand forever.
Welcome, brother chosen one.
Blessed big man. Earth I run red. The revolution start.
This is the revolution for the evolution. So Jaden lyrics. Don't stop the music. I need to have freedom, my brother.
Nah, stop. I don't tell you already, you know.
Dreaming, me get a vision. Me and champagne, pumpy do a hit and hit. I run the nation, be a reggae player. Them penny sicket reggae artists I can Canadian. Dreaming, me get a vision. Me and champagne, pumpy do a hit and hit. I run the nation, be a reggae player. Them penny sicket reggae artists I can Canadian.
See it? Now the dream become reality. You'd have the vision from morning and them all it see. No Jaden record and voice you and you're collecting royalty. I know you never have to spend time.
Dreaming, be a reggae royalty. Check one top and check and be a royalty.
Black people must rise. It seems like black lives no matter none at all. How many matters they papa? Babylon splash blood on the wall. No them have to answer to we call. We need an investigation. Tired of the discrimination. False incarceration. Constant intimidation. Them people can't still around. Them only take off them cap and them gown. Come make we start a revolution. That's a dissolution.
Bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're raping.
Them only take off them cap and them gown. Come make we start a revolution. That's a dissolution. We black and we proud and we shouting it loud. Babylon them want to mute for we sound. Their race is and it's known. They woulda love to see black people go down. Time for unite. Stand up and fight. Come make we stand up and fight. Them no respect black people right. It seems like black lives no matter none at all. How many matters they papa? Babylon splash blood on the wall. No them have to answer to we call. We need an investigation. Tired of the discrimination. False incarceration. Constant intimidation. Them people can't still around. Them only only take off them cap and them gown. Come make we start a revolution. That's the solution. Them people get still around. Them only take off them cap and them gown. Come make we start a revolution. That's the solution. United we stand, divided we fall. Look going up, and them teach we so small. United we stand, and divided we fall. Black people are suffer, so long and for all. It seems like black lives no matter none at all. How many matters they papa? Babylon splash blood on the wall. No them have to answer to we call. We need an investigation. Tired of the discrimination. Cause incarceration. Constant intimidation. I am to the M. Mark Manley. Represent for Dreadens. Lyrics. Black people. We have to start a revolution. For a black evolution. To rise, we got to unite as one. Fight against discrimination and oppression.
I can breathe. Please, the name of it.
We begin with a disturbing story. A 7-year-old Hamilton boy shot in his own home.
9-year-old Keshawn Williams was shot in his Brampton living room. The fatal bullet came flying through their living room window while the 4th grader was playing video games.
It affects people of all ages, even teenagers. Drug abuse.
15-year-old Sasha Rodriguez drank water laced with ecstasy. She later overdosed and died.
Awake, children, awake! Let yourselves be heard. Let them hear the cries of our silent voices. Let them know we are suppressed because of society's choices. When we speak up, we are told to stop with the unpleasant noises. But why can't they see that this is what's going to destroy us? We're suppressed, oppressed, shackled and chained, ignored, abhorred, and cast away. We stand alone, but we need to walk this path together. It's a long road to unity. Some believe that we will never get there, but I believe we can get there. We believe that we can get there. We need to stop hurting one another for the sake of our own welfare. Awake, children, awake. Let yourselves be heard. Let's all work together to find the solution. Rise up, young ones. Let us be the revolution.
We took a chance, yeah, we took a risk. Can't even look ourselves in the mirror. We need to heal from what we can't forget and remember what it means to be humans. When we live the struggle, we feel the pain. We'll be the new revolution. It's hard to see life in a world full of death. This life wants us to bend, but we won't break. What's the meaning to this life? Some people ask this question all the time. See the demons in the night. Seems like they always recognize us even when we're trying to hide. Maybe we first. For some, it's a little bit hopeless. For us, we're born into a world, no real chance to be even. We fight for freedom, we fight for joy. We've grown so tired of excuses. It's hard to find joy in a world full of pain. They want us to bend, but we won't bend. What's the meaning to this life? Some people let these questions all the time. See the demons in the night. Things like they always recognize us, even when we're trying to hide. Maybe we can make it right. Against all love, we will rise.
We ain't never gonna stop. We've come too far to give up, so
we will rise.
We won't stop. We give everything we got. There's only one place left to go from here.
We will rise.
We ain't never gonna stop. We've come too far to give up, so
we will rise.
We give everything we got. There's only one place left to go from here.
Hey, I go by private name, private number, aka PNPN. I want to give a special shout out to Keep Six Org for putting this all together. I'm going to do 2 of my songs. One of them's Big Plane, the other one is Trippin'. You can check me out on all major platforms. Private name, private number.
See me soon fly out. 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 Big plane on the runway. See me soon fly out. Chain shine like sun ray. And the watch call time out. Big plans coming on the way. And you guys soon find out. She ghosted me the other day. Same shorty on my line now. Big plane on the runway. See me soon fly out. Chain shine like sun ray. And the watch call time out. Big plans coming on the way. And you guys soon find out. She ghosted me the other day. Same shorty on my line now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Same shorty on my line now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Same shorty on my line now. 2, 3, 4, 3. Same shorty on my line now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Same shorty on my line now. I said she wanna link up. She hit me with the maybe. Cause I'm on now, you wanna reach out. Girl, I know you tryna play me. Boy, you must be crazy. No time, I ain't looking for no lady. It's sunny over here, you tryna make it shady. S-Class, first class, my Mercedes. Oh, daily, they pray on my downfall daily. They mad cause we working daily. Cause we run through the tracks like Bailey. Them can't do the max, them failing. No boat on the ship, I'm sailing. 1, 2, 3, 4 girls trailing. Big plane, hold on to the railing. Big plane on the runway. See me soon fly out. Chain shine like sun ray. And the watch call time out. Big plans coming on the way. And you guys soon find out. She ghosted me the other day. Same shorty on my line now. Big plane on the runway. See me soon fly out. Chain shine like sun ray. And the watch call time out. Big plans coming on the way. And you guys soon find out. She ghosted me the other day. Same shorty on my line now. Smoking and sipping, I swear that I'm tripping. I'm having these thoughts, I'm seeing these visions. Time going by, gotta make some decisions. A lot on my mind, do you care to listen? Smoking and sipping, I swear that I'm tripping. I'm having these thoughts, I'm seeing these visions. Time going by, gotta make some decisions. A lot on my mind, do you care to listen?
When I take a draw, I blow it all out and stare at the wall. Give thanks to the Most High, cause who would've thought I would make it this far? The world is at war, but still nobody giving food to the poor. From winter to fall, somebody else child getting killed by the law. I'm feeling like Nas if I were the world. I spoil the women with diamonds and pearls. Clear all of our debts so we can be free. But I was just talking, don't listen to me. How can I work for a check that's already spent before it gets in the bank? Tax after tax after tax, so many bills, can't even put gas in the tank. Where the money? If I was an eagle,